Touchdown, 19 yards.
The 3 o'clock hour is sponsored by Waco Custom Marketplace. Meats, sweets, Texas treats, and a cut above the rest. 425 Lake Air Drive, Waco.
This is Wisner up the middle, 50. Wisner, can he get loose? Oh my goodness, look at him go. 35, 30, 20, inside the 15. Trey Wisner, you're kidding me. Touchdown, 55 yards.
Are you a Sikkim 365 superfan? Then try out our premium subscriptions at Sikkim365.com.
Ball came loose and Conley recovers. He got stuck inside the 20. Fumble recovery by Trey Walker.
Here's David Smoke, Paul Catalina, and Craig Smoke.
All right, here we go. We're live at Willie Williams Stadium, and we are just off of Lakeshore Drive, which eventually becomes, Loop 340, which eventually at some point can even split her off into Highway 6 and head towards Bryan. Paul Catalina, Craig Smoke, and David Smoke. We're inside the press box for tonight's game between La Vega and Conley, and we'll have the pregame on Sikkim 365 Radio and also on online at Sikkim365.com. It will also be available on 106.7, The Eagle Rock, Waco's only classic rock station. So these two teams have met, La Vega and Conley. We'll hear the coaches, Shane Anderson and Don Hyde, in our 5 o'clock hour today. And we also have Dat Wynn and Nate Newton today on Many Things College Football. Nate talks about the Cowboys, and oh my goodness, does he ever. So Conley and La Vega have met 48 times. The last time that they played, these two teams, was back in 2017, and La Vega won 42-2. From 1998 to 2017, they met every single year. Last time Conley won was back in 2014, 35-27. So they meet tonight. Both teams 1-0. La Vega, the number one ranked team in 4A Division I. Conley ranked in the top 10 in 4A Division II. We'll hear from, again, Shane Anderson and Don Hyde today. And also a couple of trips down memory lane of this series between Conley and La Vega. La Vega leads the series 30-18. Craig Smoke, David Smoke, also Paul Catalina. The Stars have just dropped the puck here in Game 7 as they try to somehow avoid blowing a 3-1 lead. And it's weird because they're playing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a Game 7.
Yeah, I was going to say, at 3 o'clock, Game 7. And I guess given our current situations, Paul, it's good that everybody's pretty much at home anyways, because I would think that there'd be a lot of people calling in sick to work today if that were not the case.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. You've got an outlet, hey, I'm not feeling good. Oh, don't come in here. And then, I had a test. I'm clear. It's good. The Stars, I'm hoping for a Game 7 win. That's the only sad part about today is that we're here at high school football and we can't watch the Stars.
Yeah, and if the game was on tonight and there wasn't a game, then I would obviously have that game on. Any kind of Game 7 in any series, whether it's the NHL, NBA playoffs, or even possibly like last night. How about Toronto beat Boston in the 7th game, beat them on a shot with 0.5 seconds? No, excuse me, that was 2-1. They were going to go down 3-0, and they end up winning that game to cut the series to 2-1 with Boston. Any kind of Game 7, NHL, Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs, or in the World Series is awfully special.
I think we all need to start texting Tyler Bolden of KWTX right now. He was dumb enough. He's a huge Stars fan, but he was dumb enough to put out a tweet last night saying, like, hey, nobody contact me at 3. I don't know if it was a cry for attention
or right now.
Or what. But
call him on the air. Let's get him on the air. Let's get him on. Can we get him on?
He tried to make it known, like, hey, nobody bother me at 3 tomorrow. Right. And I'm thinking, like, well, I'm texting you at 2:59 then.
You want to? Look, I can put him on right now.
Let's go. Let's get him on just to have fun with it. By the way, Salato's. This will be fun. This will be fun. I hope he.
What to do, kid?
Yeah, you're on the air, man.
Oh, dear God. I don't know if that's a really good thing right now.
Well, you tweeted out last night, buddy, that don't call me at 3, but I'm glad that you and I have a friendship that you'll just answer it in one ring.
Look, I am going to lose my damn mind if this result does not turn out the way I want. But at the same time, so they call Game 7 exciting, the most exciting game in sport for a reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this going to be really intriguing, and I'm pumped as hell. But I also have to work on some high school football stuff tonight. So this is like I'm trying to juggle 3 different things right now.
We'll keep you up to date. Just listen to Sikkim 365 app, okay? We'll try to give you a shot by shot, block by block, goaltender to goaltender, blow by blow. We just wanted to know if you'd answer the phone with some bad words and be on the air live, but it's no big deal. You disappointed us because it seems like you're just fine.
Man, if you would have called me maybe in the third period and the Stars are losing 2-1, then probably would have had a lot more colorful languge.
Yeah,
but,
well, you know, Tyler,
you're on the internet though.
Yeah.
Tyler, us hockey guys had to call a fellow hockey guy.
All right, good luck, man. Thanks a lot, Tyler.
All right.
That's Tyler.
Yeah,
That's live radio right there. We'll have Alan here from Salado. He'll join us. They had a nice win, that win against Troy last week, but they get 2-time defending champion Grandview in town. That game is tonight, so Alan joins us to get a quick hit at 3:20. Also, high school football coach at Abbott, Terry Crawford, longtime coach. They beat up Avalon, and Caden Johnson ran for 376 yards and 7 touchdowns. They have Milford tonight. He'll join us. Plus, I mentioned Shane Anderson, Don Hyde, back-to-back in the 5 o'clock hour. Datwin will join us at 4. A big Chick-fil-A owner now, not of Chick-fil-A, but he has his own franchise. And then also Nate Newton. Woo! There were a couple of times where I almost had to go back and edit it. He was unplugged today. The things he said about Connor Williams, amazing. He'll join us today at 5:30.
Is that good or bad about Connor Williams?
No, it all depends.
Well, I sent you that question to ask because I sat next to Nate during a Cowboys game last year.
Oh, my God. Let me put it this
off.
way. Panties and cow dung or whatever, which a couple of those things were mentioned, quite frankly. Also, Grayson Grunhafer will join us 3:45, Sikkim365.com. And if you look at what Sikkim365.com with the writers, what Paul's now doing, opinion pieces in the premium section, Craig doing what are kind of like the beat reporter stories and also like writing about various things as well. What Grayson does with recruiting, what Colt does. Ashley, of course, does a lot of basketball summaries and scouting reports. I saw the last one was on Matthew Mayer, is that right? And then also Brian Etheridge. And I'll tell you something, Brian Etheridge is sneaky good. He leads the pick'em right now by 2 games. He went with his heart on the Conley-La Vega game, and he told me that's what he's doing. But he also is someone that's dropped a few hints on some guests. For example, on Monday, Keith Tejada, who is the father of the TCU defensive back, and, of course, Raleigh at Baylor, he's going to be one of our guests at 5 o'clock. We have a couple of guests that I told Paul about off the air. One is a Hall of Famer, a Pro Football Hall of Famer, and another one's an All-American from Baylor. And we haven't even gotten to the weekend yet. That's for next week, among a lot of other things also as well. So the Stars have, again, Game 7 going on right now. Winner advances. Who do they get? Who's the next round for the Stars, since all 3 of us are hockey aficionados? Hey, by the way, here's a couple of high school football notes. Remember that Brownsboro and Fairfield game that was canceled? And then late night, 2 nights ago, Greg Pearson and Sweetwater's head coach hook up, and they're going to play tonight in Aledo. And then Sweetwater Independent School District today releases this. Tonight's varsity football game against Brownsboro has been canceled. We apologize for any frustration and inconvenience this unfortunate situation has caused. Equally, our game against San Angelo Lakeview will be canceled as well.
Oh, man.
So they're out. Brownsboro's out. Fairfield was looking for a game. They tried to get a hold of Hearn. Hearn's a smaller school. Ricky Sargent said, we're just going to have the week off. Fairfield could have had Carthage. Well, we're a smaller school. We just thought we could have the week off. And yet Brownsboro and Fairfield could have played, but remember the false positive of the father of a player.
Yeah.
And it's so no one's going to play. Sweetwater, Carthage, Fairfield, Brownsboro, Hearn, they're all out.
Get used to it. It's going to happen a lot this year.
Also, Holland head coach Brad Talbert earlier told the Temple paper that they're going to play their game tonight against Bosqueville. That game is going to be in Holland. Washington has released Adrian Peterson. I don't know. This surprised me. It also hurts me. I'm a huge Adrian Peterson football fan.
He was a guest on our show early on?
Yeah, he was one of the early guests we had on this new show as well back when we started in April. They drafted the kid from Memphis. They also signed Peyton Barber, Antonio Gibson's who they drafted. And there's J.D. McKissick. Bryce Love's not ready. I got a feeling he's going to probably spend most of the year on injured reserve. But again, who knows? A kid from Stanford who's so talented. They lost Darius Geis because of the injuries, and then, of course, then he was just flat out released.
Because he's a terrible person.
So Adrian Peterson's career, I don't think it's over yet. I think he's going to try to grind out maybe some other team that, maybe not now, but at some point when teams kind of look at their rosters and they have injuries, they contact AD.
Well, that's why I thought that the Washington football team would be the place for Leonard Fournette, but Tampa also makes a lot of sense given the fact that, LaShawn McCoy's at the end of his career. Ronald Jones hasn't done much, but I thought that was Leonard Fournette for sure in Washington, just because of, you look at Ron Rivera over the years, he's had a big, powerful running back.
But they do it. This Antonio Gibson, maybe he's pretty good from Memphis. Now, again, with them, I don't trust anything till I see it, more than once.
Well, you asked the question, and I got thoughts on AD, but the Stars will play either the Golden Knights or the Canucks. You asked that a second ago. They're actually playing in a Game 7 later tonight.
Okay.
So we'll know the Western Conference side of the playoffs by, midnight tonight or so. But on Adrian Peterson, what a great career. He's a first-ballot Hall of Famer. I still think he's got something left in the tank. I think Washington at least did him a little bit of a service going ahead and releasing him now rather than wait until the last minute when he really wouldn't have too many options out there. At least right now, there's the potential that somebody could feel uncertain enough about their running back situation and want to go grab a vet like him and know he can give them, a good amount of carries and be reliable for the most part. So, yeah, it's unfortunate because he seemed to really have found the spot that he liked in D.C. I guess they're just, really high on guys like Gibson. I've heard a lot about Antonio Gibson. I've read a lot about him, and I don't know if that's just the typical, post-NFL draft pre-actually playing buzz that some guys get, and then it just kind of flatten out. But, maybe there's something to him, and that's why.
Yeah, I hope that there's a chance that he's worth it. Darius Geis was a talent. In fact, last year looked really good, tore his ACL, did it again, and now then he just had to be released because of what he does off the field. Grayland Arnold, the Eagles made cuts.
Yeah.
And Grayland Arnold was a part of that. I really thought, and he still might, he could be a practice squad guy, get picked up by somebody else. I just felt like he fit in the league. I was always a little bit worried about his size.
Yeah, and he might be one who has to, bounce around to a couple practice squads before he finds the right fit for his defensive ability. His college coach is in the NFL right now, so maybe he gets a shot there. And look, for a lot of guys, there's going to be practice squad opportunity no matter what. You can keep up to 17 guys in
certain. What is it, 8 or 10 before?
Yeah, so you got 17 guys. Well, you've got to get down 20 people.
And you can make about $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a week. I think it's $8,600 a week.
So you got to get on 20 people, but you can keep 17 of them. So basically, you'll probably keep 15 or 16 of the people you cut. You'll lose somebody who's going to get a real job, on an actual roster, and then you'll keep people on the practice squad. So
Todd Archer made this comment today. This is earlier today. Cuts are due Saturday, but as always, there's always never really a final roster. This is a couple of things he said. Players claimed on Sunday will have to pass COVID protocols, which means they can't be in the facilities until later in the week, so that might spark some low-end trades. Also, think about the IR return rules. An injured player must be on the 53-man roster for a day before being placed on injured reserve and eligible to return. The time missed is now 3 weeks, not 6, which used to be out 6. The unlimited amount of players can be brought back throughout the season.
Well, I think it's a great thing for anybody coming out of Baylor or really even the Big 12, if you've played over the last 2 to 3 years, that you can be sure that that Matt Rule is going to, give you a second look. So I think if you're Grayland, there's always the opportunity that maybe Matt Rule, Phil Snow go, yeah, come on over here. We know you pretty well, and we'll give you a shot, kind of like with Sam Tecklenburg. But even then, there might be other teams interested, other relationships you developed, or somebody who just saw you in college. So he's a little bit undersized, but he's definitely got ball skills, and I think that somebody will give him a chance, at least on a practice squad.
Thanks to Don Hyde. Thanks to Willie Williams as well for giving us the location where we are inside the press box. There's a lot of media that's broadcasting today. Yes, it's on local cable. It's also on, La Vega has their radio station. We have ours as far as the games we do. Last week, Conley, Sunnyvale, and today it's going to be Conley and La Vega, 7 o'clock pregame. I want to say that now because Don Hyde has been he's had to do more than just get ready for a football game as a head coach.
I have breaking Stars news.
Uh-oh.
17-21 left in the first period, and the Stars are on the board.
All right, they can, and they are explosive. When they score in droves, it seems like. So let's call Tyler Bolden in just a second.
He just answers screaming.
Also today, Stephen F. Austin plays UTEP this weekend. There was a couple of college games last night. I thought the production, and I'm not trying to be critical, I thought the production of one of the games I watched, which was Central Arkansas, and I forgot, UAB, was really It wasn't very good, but it was on an ESPN alternate station channel. I still thought, there's not many other games going on.
You might see a lot of those this
I know.
year as well, because they might have their in-house people do them, and then somebody's just going to sit in a room and watch the feed.
Also, this story, which was disturbing, Tate Wallace, the former Baylor assistant coach, and he was at Argyle as an offensive coordinator. He's at North Texas now as the quarterback's coach. Has been placed on administrative leave for being booked on charges of improper relationship with a student. And it's not a college student, appears not, as far as the story.
Yeah.
Not sure what's going to happen with Tate Wallace, but that's obviously a bad look.
Apparently, it was some students at Argyle, and more than one. And yeah, it's not a good look. I tell you what, my first thought was like after dang, that's bad. Like that's career killer right there. But mostly what I thought of was his family. He's got a wife. He's got a couple kids at least a couple of kids that I know of, and not easy for them right now, and won't be easy for a long time. So I really and especially with it being being a public figure, people around town, people around the country are dogging on him, and that's just unfortunate.
Lionel Messi, perhaps the greatest player in the world, is going to stay at Barcelona. Does a U-turn. It looked like he was going to kind of close it out, but the decision comes days after intense speculation that Messi attempted to unilaterally rescind his contract on August the 25th. There was legal argument. He, for now, is going to stay in Barcelona. That's a huge story around the world as well. When we come back, we're going to hear from Alan Hare, the head coach at Salado. We'll have Dat Wynn, Nate Newton, Shane Anderson, Don Hyde, Grayson Grundhafer. Also, Paul's feature on the Big 12 is Kansas today. We'll have that as well. This is Sikkim 365 Radio. Right now, Labor Day specials at Waco Custom Marketplace, 425 Lake Air Drive in Waco. Brian Bauer and the Bauer family, have an amazing place. A butcher shop that will cut whatever steak or whatever beef or whatever you want, chicken, poultry, or seafood the way you want. From seafood, yes, you can even get something as simple as just a shrimp, or you can get mahi, salmon, and more. And then poultry with smoked sausage as well, along with when I talk about the chicken, they have whole chicken and even cut up pieces. And then with the beef, there's anything as simple as the hamburger, but there's tri-tip, and there's brisket, and there's much more, including prime rib, whatever size you want, bone or bone out prime rib. And, of course, the ribeyes that they cut. I've got one that I'll cook tomorrow night. It is big, about 1.25 inches thick. Might even be thicker than that. They custom cut those for me, and they are spectacular, and they custom cut the fillets as well if you want. And if you wanted to put bacon around the edges, if you don't want to do that, they can do that for you. And the bakery is filled with kolaches every single morning, and pastries from cookies and cakes and pies and much more. And they have the pre-cooked meals when the portions are very, very large. In fact, Paul, what was it? How do you say it? Penne? Is that right?
Penne.
The chicken penne with the Alfredo sauce that I got. Craig had a little bit of that as well. It was fantastic. It was delicious. It's already cooked. You just have to heat it up. And I'm telling you, the portions are more than for just one person, but you enjoy. And they have cold beer and wine and all of what you need inside the front door to the right. Waco Custom Marketplace, and it is your tailgate store, so don't wait till late for that. Even though tailgating's down a little bit, they still can do that for you. Waco Custom Marketplace, 425 Lake Air Drive in Waco.
Looking for quality plants at great prices? Barrera's Nursery and Landscape Company at 201 Sun Valley Drive in Hewitt is the place for seasonal plants, shrubs, trees, and perennials, as well as bulk material of landscape rock. Barrera's Nursery and Landscape has been locally owned and operated for 22 years. Give us a call at 666-9806. That's 666-9806 for all your landscaping needs. Barrera's Nursery and Landscape Company. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 until 5:30 on Sun Valley Drive in Hewitt.
Let Camille Johnson Realtors guide you seamlessly through the process of buying your dream home or selling your current one. Commercial, farm and ranch, or residential, Camille Johnson Realtors can smoothly and successfully lead you through any transaction. With a team of 28 experienced agents who are excited about serving you, Camille Johnson Realtors services the entire greater Waco area. If you're in the market to buy or sell, contact Camille Johnson Realtors, 104 Midway Center in Woodway, or find them online at www.camillejohnson.com. Camille Johnson Realtors, elegant, charming, warm. Welcome home.
Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, the team physicians for Baylor Athletics, specializing in diagnosis and treatment of any and all sport-related injuries, celebrating over a decade of service to Central Texas. They tackle all surgical and non-surgical problems that arise from an active lifestyle. Trust the doctors at Baylor Trust, and when injuries sideline you, don't wait for Monday. Join us at 8:30 on Saturday mornings for a post-game injury evaluation clinic. Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. We get you back in the game.
Texas Farm Bureau Insurance in McLennan County takes pride in backing Central Texas football. Our agents would like to help with your insurance needs. Call 254-772-8090 for an agent near you.
Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, the team physicians for Baylor Athletics, specializing in diagnosis and treatment of any and all sport-related injuries, celebrating over a decade of service to Central Texas. They tackle all surgical and non-surgical problems that arise from an active lifestyle. Trust the doctors at Baylor Trust, and when injuries sideline you, don't wait for Monday. Join us at 8:30 on Saturday mornings for a post-game injury evaluation clinic. Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. We get you back in the game.
Parsons Roofing has been serving Central Texas since 1948, and we can handle your commercial roofing needs from repair to re-roofing. And no one handles more school than Parsons Roofing. Parsons Roofing has been named Contractor of the Year for 14 consecutive years. Parsons Roofing, a name Central Texans have trusted for over 70 years. It's not just a roof, it's our reputation. You can contact us today for a free roof evaluation, including hail claims at 877-881-1733 or on the web at parsonsroofing.com.
Stepping into the boots of a U.S. Army officer can add confidence and leadership skills to your son or daughter's career path. See all the things they can achieve in our boots at GoArmy.com. U.S. Army Waco Recruiting Company, 254-598-8131 or 254-776-1543.
Welcome back to Sikkim 365 Radio. This high school football segment is sponsored by Southwest Sports Medicine. We'll get you back in the game.
By the way, each week we're going to have the Richard Carr Cadillac moment where exceeding expectations is the standard. And the moment last week was Lorena beating Franklin 21-20. There were 47 seconds left in the game, or 43 seconds left in the game, and Franklin went for two to try to win the game or take the lead. Kaysen Pitts, the Lorena defensive end, kind of blew up the play, and then eventually Reed Mickna, Aiden Ray, and Brody Niswanger all wrapped up the quarterback. He did not get back to the line of scrimmage, saved the day, although Ray Biles did tell me those 43 seconds after the two-point conversion failed were the longest 43 seconds he's ever experienced in his life, and a nice win for Lorena against Franklin. Also, one of the nice games that jumped out at last week was Salado beating Troy in a shootout. Salado jumped all over Troy and eventually win the game as well, and their head coach Alan Hare joins us on Sikkim 365 Radio. Alan, thanks for your time. Congratulations, you beat Troy. Now you play the two-time defending state champions as a gift.
Yeah, great consolation there. I don't know who scheduled these. Who makes the schedule?
Yeah, I got a feeling I know who he is because we're talking to him right now. But really, you like to be tested, and obviously you knew they're good. They're going to have Jens is back again, the quarterback. Jens is back again for a third year. How much will you know tonight after this game?
Well, we'll know if we can, line up and play some good defense. He's going to challenge you. How does a kid senior year and he's already got 4 MVPs of a state game? So great program. They've had a great run, and you don't want to test yourself against the average. You're going to find out who you are against the better ones, and I think it'll make you better down the road.
Was this easy because you get a big win? Was it kind of easy to keep the guys from getting distracted because they knew that they had an even bigger test in week 2?
I think so, and we try to hit home. It's cliche-ish, but really, pre-district, you're just trying to go 1-0 each week, and you don't get too high, too low, because it doesn't matter if you go 0 for undefeated in pre-district. You still got to qualify in that regular season to be able to get your third season, which is the postseason. So it's good experience along the way, but boy, that next Friday gets here quick.
Coach, how much did just getting that first game, given all that was leading into this season for coaches out there, how much just getting that first game under your belt and then having a win on top of that, what was that feeling kind of like, and does it feel like the ball's kind of rolling now?
Well, I think so. I try to remind them, guys, this is historic that we're even getting to play, and under these circumstances. And so we were happy to get to that point. we knew if we could get through 2 weeks and keep that, virus at hand around here, it's just it's something we're all getting used to. So we're very fortunate to get to that week 1. But I guess this is my 5th opener against Troy. Previous to that, Salato's 8 out of the last 10 years, Troy had opened the season for the Eagles with a loss, and so this puts our seniors in a situation they could be 2-2 over the past 4 years, and that kind of gets us back on the right ground as far as starting the season. And we had to get over the hump on that and keep battling, and luckily, we were able to outscore them. They got a heck of a back down there, and well, he's going to give anybody they play fit.
Yeah, I know, and he's going to Sam Houston State as an SFA grad. I'm still a little bit bitter about that, but that's okay. Yeah, you held him to like 283 yards. Do you feel pretty good about that?
Well, you just look at the score, but we knew he's worth 21 before he ever steps off the bus. And golly, you'd hate to admit it, we're just trying to get him tired in the first half. Let him run all over the place and see if we just wear him down.
All right, so you mentioned the opening game record and what that will mean to get even. You took over a team that made the playoffs, but they were 1-10 overall. Then you went 7-5, 12-2. You guys were really good. I think maybe West Orange Stark ended your year in the quarters. You took a step back the next year, but you kind of got back on track with 8-4. Are you kind of back on track again? Do you feel like this team, no matter what happens tonight with Grandview, is kind of on your way back?
I think we're going to be competitive, yes, sir. I think we can challenge. I don't know where we are top to bottom in the district, but we want to be in the conversation with that. That year, I guess it was 18. We only had really 9 seniors that had been with it the whole way through 7 through 12. So that kind of originated before I got here. But they fought and did the best they could. But we want to be on that competitive level, and so we don't want to be one of those people look forward to playing. Just want to be one of those teams people don't look forward to playing and be competitive in that role. But we knew what we was getting into. I think they hadn't had a winning season in 7 years before I got here, and I think 3 years before we got here they were 2-29. So we just had to get the belief system going again.
Yeah, it is. And you mentioned this is historic because no one knew if we'd even get to workouts in some places. And McLennan County, they were shut down, and then all of a sudden, a few days later, they were given the green light, and then all of a sudden shut down again, and then given the green light. So it's been back and forth. How about just the way that the schools, the coaches, the Texas High School Coaches Association, and the UIL have handled and rallied around trying to make this happen, but also under the obviously conditions of trying to make it safe?
Yeah, it goes back in our hands. They put the ball in our courts. You hate to see pictures of people in the bleachers without the mask. And, it's up to the school district to make announcements, keep your capacity. Yeah, 50%, not wink, 50%. That's bullcorn. Luckily here in Salado, we got a little old small stadium. It was built in 1979, so 50% for us is not that many. And so we can't fool people. But, the mask has got to be worn. You got to squirt in, squirt out in the weight room as far as your hands and clean and disinfect, and bus rides pull up your gator over your face. There's all kind of things to go into it. But if you want to play another week, you're going to take care of business. And if the parents want their kids to play another week, they got to go by the protocols and procedures in the bleachers. And I think the UIL and the administrators of each district have implemented that and pushed that out. And that's up to the actual attendees to the game, and of course the student athletes. And we don't take it for granted around here. You'll be sent home if you're not wearing your mask or your gator in the team meeting. Or we don't care who you are. Like you got Labor Day coming up Monday. We're gonna get after it Monday morning so hard they may not want to do anything that evening. But this is not to go picnic. This is not to go picnic with your family and buddies and be around people you're not normally around. Go do that and see what happens, and then we won't be playing the end of next week.
That's a great way to put it, Alan. Thanks for your time, Coach. Good luck tonight against Grandview. Congratulations on the win against Troy, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. That's
Alan Hare, head coach at Salado. They were 1-10 in 2015. They were 7-5 his first year, 12-2, and they were knocked out by West Orange Stark, who I think at the time was the defending state champion. And then eventually, that was also a team that I forgot who knocked out West Orange Stark. I can't remember who that was. It might have been Carthage. Might have been in a state championship game against someone like Argyle or whoever. And then 18, they were 4-6, as he mentioned, a young team. And last year they got back in it at 8-4. That district is District 9-4A. That's the one with China Spring. They play at Loretta tonight. Gatesville, home against Glenrose. And Glenrose coming off the win against Springtown, who Conley will see next week. Gerald's at Fredericksburg. Robinson in a game in which I can't put my hands on what's going to happen with Robinson at Whitney. Salado at home against two-time defending champion Grandview. And then Conley and La Vega here at Willie Williams Stadium. And we have the game 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30 is the kick. Update on the Stars.
All right. So in the first period, still
Just a score.
He's refreshing.
It is 2-1
in favor of
the Avalanche. Sorry,
It's 3-2.
it's 2-1. It's 2-1 bad
Call
guys.
Tyler. Get him.
No, we're not, definitely not.
No, especially
See, that,
now.
That goes from being
Yeah, I
friendly
know.
to
just being mean.
being mean.
Yeah, because if someone, I'm telling you, back in the day, even when team that I liked and would most likely win every game but perhaps one a year, if not even lose one, if somebody tried to call me during the game, and especially if they called me if they were struggling, I would lose my mind on whoever it was.
Yeah.
No, relatives or not, I'd lose my mind. Okay, we're live at Willie Williams Stadium tonight. La Vega and Conley, 7 o'clock is the pregame here on Sikkim 365 Radio. And also thanks to Hector and JC and the great folks at 106.7 The Eagle for having the broadcast on the radio station as well. When we come back, a couple of notes elsewhere in sports, and at 3:45, Grayson Grundhafer on Baylor and recruiting. Dat win at 4, Nate Newton 5:30. Shane Anderson and Don Hyde today at 5 and 5:10, and this is Sikkim 365 Radio.
Riverbend Liquor and Wine is a hidden gem in Waco, Lakeshore Drive and North 19th Street. Look, if you like craft beer, no better place to go. If you're a big fan of wine, no better place to go. If you want the best in spirits, like if you're whiskey, vodka, whatever, they've got you covered, whether it's Balcones or anything else, or, say you want a vodka, say you want some rum, say they have got you covered. Say you're trying to get a gift for somebody, also a great place to go and say, hey, I've got a friend, he's a big fan of vodkas, I want to get something different and nice and maybe outside the box. They'll find something for you there. Riverbend Liquor and Wine, look them up on Facebook and Instagram, a hidden gem in Waco, Lakeshore Drive and North 19th Street.
The biggest, the baddest, and proven to be the best. Ram is back-to-back Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, get the Ram you've been waiting for less from your friend in the car business, Alan Samuels. A new loaded-up 2020 Ram 1500 Longhorn 4x4. Now with a whopping $12,000 off. And first responders receive an additional $500. Big summer clearance event savings from the Ram leader, Alan Samuels, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat. Ask for details. All offers with approved credit.
If you or a loved one or friend has been arrested and you can't afford bail, trust Terry and Chase Chapman at Chapman's Bail Bonds, covering Waco and McLennan County for over 25 years. Chapman's can bail you out anywhere with experienced, knowledgeable local agents who are committed to serving you professionally, respectfully, and with the highest integrity. Chapman's understands your privacy is important. Your freedom can be secured fast when you use Chapman's Bail Bonds. Open 24 hours a day. Payment arrangements available. Call Chapman's Bail Bonds. When you need help, 254-754-1603. When you ring, we'll spring.
How did Edward Jones become one of the biggest financial service companies in the world? By not acting that way. Financial strategies, one-on-one advice, it's a big difference. And that's why Brad Wilson, your Edward Jones financial advisor, makes sense of investing. Experience the difference for yourself. Brad Wilson, 250 Sharon Drive in Woodway, 254-776-4337. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Texas board-certified personal injury trial lawyer and Baylor alum David Willis and Baylor alum Parker Willis are ready to help if you or a loved one has been wrongfully injured in an auto accident, SUV rollover, industrial accident, 18-wheeler crash, or were seriously injured by a defective product or recall drug. Call them for a confidential and free case consultation at 1-800-GOT-HURT or visit them at texastriallawyer.com. Principal office located in Houston, Texas.
How often have you said it's time to get in shape? Every day, every week, every month, maybe for as long as you can remember? How about starting today? I promise if you'll just join Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness now, you'll thank me later. Hi, this is David Smoke, offering a variety of 40 group exercise classes every single week, including boot camp on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5:15, plus spin, body shaping, Pilates, yoga, and bar. And there's a free kids club as well. Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness open Monday through Thursday, 5 to 10, Friday, 5 to 8, Saturday and Sunday, 7 to 7, and personal trainers, Christy London and Randall Corley. World-class tennis facility with pros Britt Coleman and Joe Rosa with lessons, camps, and special events. Spacious and clean workout rooms, locker room for men and women, both with a whirlpool and sauna, and now there's touchless bottle filling stations. No intimidation, tremendous camaraderie, an entirely new atmosphere, and yes, you can do this, but you have to walk through the front door. It's time to react today, not tomorrow. Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness on Lakeshore Drive in Waco.
Welcome back to Sikkim 365 Radio. It's time for our weekly segment with Grayson Grundhafer of Sikkim365.com. Brought to you by Pioneer Steel and Pipe, where customer service is their main focus, and best in metal, steel, and pipe for large or small projects, with 2 locations in Waco and Bryan. Family owned and operated since 1943.
The blue and gold of La Vega, and tonight the blue and silver from Connolly. They meet 7 o'clock pregame. 7:30 is the kick. We'll have it here on Sikkim 365 Radio. And right now it looks like things have kind of cleared out, at least for now, after 2.5 days of a deluge of rain. Paul, before we go to Grayson, thank goodness we're hitting him early for a change. We've been late with him a couple of 2 or 3 10 times.
No
Stars.
No change. 2-1, 5:25 left in the first.
All right, we'll hear from Tyler Bolden here momentarily then on that game. Game 7, the winner goes on to move into the conference semifinals. Is that
Conference
correct?
finals.
Conference finals, excuse me. All right, Grayson Grundhafer, Sikkim365.com, joins us on Sikkim 365 Radio. So, Grayson, let's start with the young man who entered the transfer portal, and Duvall, the offensive lineman. Is this, you think, because of just playing time where he's stuck on the depth chart? He's not happy? What's going on with him?
I actually think it's something a little bit different than that. I you look at kind of the talent that he had when he came to Baylor. He had some nice offers. It looked like he was going to be a guy who could contribute at some point. And his athletic testing would point you in a direction that would tell you that he could probably play at this level. But he is a kid that is from, the Northeast. So it's just one of those situations. I think it might have been more homesick, location, proximity, to go along with the fact he wasn't getting early playing time as a redshirt freshman. And I think those were kind of the things that were more contributing factors than maybe like long-term playing time or something along those lines.
Grayson, the rest of the single digits came out since the last time we've had you on the show. Your thoughts on the full roster of single digit players?
Yeah, I love all of them, to be honest. I think it's really cool that pretty much every single one has some sort of backstory to them, whether it's Jalen Petrie's amazing story, just being the lone wolf in that class, to being a guy that's not a single-digit guy. Really, really cool, the steps that he's taken forward in his progression. Tyquan Thornton, a guy who's stepping up to a new role this year as a number 1 wide receiver, a guy who there's big expectations for. And, I mean, there's so many others. John Lovett, 4th year in a row. But one guy I definitely want to mention is Christian Morgan. I think he was a guy who, looking at the list, might have been the most important as far as, are the safeties going to step up and take that next step? And also maybe the one that nobody really thought was coming, to be completely honest. He's dealt with a lot of injuries over his first couple of years at Baylor. But he looks like he's going to be ready to go and be a major contributor this year.
Grayson, we got a little over a week until game number 1. We've not had the opportunity to talk to Dave Aranda now for a few days, but we'll probably have, one more time, I would think, before game 1. What is the biggest question that you still have remaining with this football team?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think my biggest question mark, and I think this is a big question mark for everyone, is where is the defensive line at? I think the offensive line got a nice answer adding Jake Burton. I think I look at that group and say we pretty much know what they have there. Now it's just a question if they're going to come together. But on the defensive line, I mean, there's a lot of guys that we haven't seen play meaningful snaps, especially how much they're going to have to play this year, whether it's Chidi Obanaya or Gabe Hall or TJ Franklin. Those guys are going from backup roles to starters. Can they take that step up? And then also, what's the depth going to look like? Are guys like Josh Landry, Rob Sullen, are they ready to take that next step and be key contributors? We're going to find out, but that's definitely a big question mark I have right now.
Grayson, back to the single digits for a moment. I think you're exactly right. Every time a number came down, there was a story, a backstory to every single one of them. Was there, let's say that those were the 10 numbers, but one number still remained available. Is there somebody else you thought might get that next one if there was one?
Wow. If I were kind of just thinking about it from a couple different perspectives as far as what have they done at Baylor or the impact that they are going to have at Baylor, I feel like it's two different answers, but I think the one that I would go with, and it's based on how productive his offseason has been, even though he's a new guy, I think William Bradley King would be the next guy. I mean, there have been rave reports about how just good of a player he is, but also just he's taken such a good leadership role as far as his actions are concerned. And I just think he's going to be a big part of this defense, a big part of this team. And I think he would have been the next guy up, even though he's only been at Baylor for, a month or two now.
Grayson, in this first game, outside of obviously winning it against Louisiana Tech, what kind of things will you look for to kind of gauge whether things are improved or in a good state as they move forward this season, even after this tumultuous offseason?
Yeah, so just based on going through the past couple years, I think when you watch the first game of the season, you learn a lot about a football team. And, the past 2 years have been completely different. I know against Abilene Christian, Baylor gave up something like 20-some-odd points. It looked like the defense was not going to be very good. And then last year, they just put the hammer down the first game of the season. So I would look at it from that aspect. I think there's going to be some miscues here and there, but if they're able to hold Louisiana Tech in check and keep them maybe under 20 points or around that number and score around, 30-something or 40, that's a good sign to not get off to a slow start because, like I said, I think you learn so much about a team that first week, just who they are as a team and how dominant they can be.
Grayson, on the recruiting front, I haven't had the opportunity this week to read too much. I don't know how active or inactive really it's been, but where are we for those out there who don't follow it as closely in the recruiting calendar with just a little over a week until the season?
Yeah, so Baylor, like we've talked about, they're pretty close to being full in 2021, but there's still some big names out there. They're still trying to add some guys on the offensive line, especially some talent up front. A big name that kind of popped on the surface this past week was Jacoby Jackson, the offensive lineman out of Mansfield Summit. He decommitted from TCU this week, and he was a guy who chose TCU over Baylor originally. So he's definitely a name to keep an eye on. 6'6", 320 pounds. He'd be a great addition to Baylor's recruiting class. So that's one name to keep an eye on. There are a bunch of other offensive line names to definitely just kind of remember in the back of your head, whether it's Jordan Moko out of Snow College, the same school Blake Bettier is from. That's another one that Baylor is recruiting extremely hard. So there's a lot of names out there, but really, like I've said, there's just not a lot of spots left, and Baylor's really honing in on the offensive line at this point.
So as well as they've done, considering what they've faced as a new staff, other than a handful, Joey, Sean, and then David Wetzel coming back as far as among the coaches, and they've had this nice run, and they're getting obviously some very high-level type commitments. What's going to happen once this staff can start seeing people?
Yeah, I think that's to be determined, honestly, because they've done such a great job building relationships and communicating with guys. And during this time period, the relationships have become so important because you're not getting to see these players often. You're not getting to show them your school, what you have to offer. It can go one of two ways, honestly, because you also have to remember maybe there's some staff that aren't great at building relationships, but they get people on campus and all of a sudden, oh man, players fall in love with that school. So I think it's a double-edged sword right now. I would just say Baylor's got great momentum right now, And that leads me to believe that if they were able to get kids on campus, that they would have even more success just being able to sell the relationship with a football program in the background, with these kids being able to come and see the beautiful campus that Baylor has and everything that they have to offer for a student athlete. So, yeah, I think it could become a big benefit, but it's going to benefit a lot of schools, to be honest.
Grayson on Trust the Podcast. The newest episode is out as of yesterday, but we gave our season predictions as far as a record goes. For those who haven't had a chance to check it out, what did you go with, and what was kind of your general reasoning behind that?
Yeah, so I went with 7-3, and I do a written version of that throughout the season. I'll have the last one coming out this week, so it's a little sneak peek ahead to what I'm going to pick. But I have Baylor at 7-3 for this year. The swing game for me is two games actually. The back-to-back Oklahoma State at McLean Stadium and Texas in Austin. I think Baylor's going to split those two games and get to 7-3. Obviously, if they lose both, then I think they'll go 6-4. But yeah, my expectations are pretty high. I think anything lower than 5-5 would be quite a bit of a disappointment. Anything above that is very, very solid and a very, very good year for this first year for Dave Aranda and company.
Paul, what are your thoughts on that? I keep thinking there's a 12, 13 game season, but so what's your low? What's your ceiling?
My ceiling would be probably like hauled off it in just 8-2. They're just better than we even imagined. But my floor is 6-4. I think this is a 6-4 team, and I wrote about this on the website today, on SicEm365.com, that 6-4 is where you got to start, because this is still a good team coming back. They won 11 games last year. So, yeah, there's going to be some differences, and there's going to be some weird stuff that happens because of COVID-19. So 6-4 to me is the floor. Like, that's what I think. And then anything above that, like, just start, throwing in bonus points like the video game.
You know what's interesting is that ever since 2016, you don't know.
Yeah.
16 because of the transition, because of the change of the head coaching job, and because you knew that at some point it was going to be so fragile, and they started 6-0.
Can you imagine picking 2016 and going, I think they're going to be like 12-1.
Yeah.
Like they're 6-0. You're like, yeah, man.
You know what? That team had the capability. They just eventually they just got exhausted with it all.
That one though was, as long as they were winning games, but the minute they lost, it was just the ground fell out from under them.
And then the day from hell against TCU. So it's been, and then 17 you didn't have any idea, and you could try to and then of course that's 1-11. The next year I did think I may have pegged that one, just get to a bowl game, and they did, and they won it. That was good. Vanderbilt. And then last year I did not see them being, what was it, 11-3?
Yeah.
I did not see that.
11-2. Smokey, I had them at 10-4 last year. Pretty close.
Yeah,
pretty close.
That's pretty damn good. You cocky son of a gun. I never would have thought that. I thought maybe get to 8 wins. You don't bump it up one notch or two, and they ended up playing for a Big 12 title and one Chris Platt step away from winning the damn thing.
Yeah, and Grayson, one of the things about this is that this team is unpredictable, but most of the conference not named Oklahoma is unpredictable.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, Short did loss. They had 3 losses last year. My bad. Twice though, you and Georgia.
11-3. Yeah.
But yeah, Grayson, your thoughts on that?
I agree with that, Paul. I do agree with that. The rest of the league being unpredictable, but one thing that is predictable in the Big 12 is usually the team with the best quarterback wins, and so that's why I do believe that teams like Texas, Oklahoma State, Baylor, Iowa State, and OU have a big edge over the rest of the conference. I truly believe that, especially this year, and usually that's how it goes in the Big 12. If you have the better quarterback, you got a great shot at winning every single game on your schedule.
That's a great point, Grayson. Thank you very much. Appreciate the extended time. Make it up for all the times we cut you a little bit short. But Grayson,
thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
He does a great job. Craig and Grayson record a Trust the Podcast brought to you by Burt Colgan Ford. That is each week, Wednesday or Thursday, Craig? It kind of depends, right? And you put it up on the site.
We record typically on Thursday mornings, have it up a few hours later, so it's been up since yesterday afternoon.
In the premium section.
Yes.
And then also we replay it after the show, which we do, I think, on Thursdays at 6.
But I don't believe you have to be a premium member to listen. I think you can still listen via the regular podcast feeds and whatnot. Just looking for SicEm 365 Radio.
There's no way that we were going to make you to listen to us have to pay. That was just not going to happen. Now, to be a part of the premium section, you get a little bit more juice.
To see my writing, you got to go to the premium section.
So you have Grayson doing the recruiting. Ashley does his basketball. Brian does a combination of everything. Colt he can do recruiting or just flat out football. He's done some features on the football team and kind of who they are. Paul now does opinion pieces. Craig does kind of overviews and game summaries and like beat writing. I don't do a damn thing. I just do a show and then put up on occasion a few things as well. But and then Sam Bradshaw, who joins us on Thursdays at 5:30, our mad scientist breaking down the X's and O's. So it's just phenomenal. It really, really is. All right, Stars 2-1 down to Colorado.
Yeah, they avoided more of a hole, though. It looked like when I was trying to track it on my phone earlier, Colorado had a power play, and they were able to eke out of that. Now, I don't know if Colorado had scored perhaps earlier in that power play, but regardless, 2-1 looked like it could have been maybe 3-1.
End of the first period.
Yeah, at least they got to kind of limit the damage a little bit.
And I believe this is still I still think it's the semifinals, the conference semifinals, right? Is that right? The winner gets Canucks at Golden Knights.
Yeah.
Yep.
In the next round, in that game. Game 7 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course, a lot has to do with the bubble. A lot has to just do with the way things are. But it's 2-1 Calgary leading Dallas right now.
Colorado,
2 to who cares?
They beat Calgary.
They beat Calgary. It's the Canadians.
Yeah, they're dispatching the.
I mean, technically yes, Canadians, but also technically no.
They trail Colorado 2-1 at the end of the first period in Game 7 of that round, second round playoff game.
They're really playing against a lot of Canadians and Eastern Europeans and a couple of American guys.
I did see this note, and I saw some guys out of the Dallas area that were a little bit perturbed by the fact that it was a Game 7 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and of course the other games at 7. Here's the deal: they're not Detroit or like maybe Chicago or maybe Boston, and they're not Canada. And so you have Colorado and you have Dallas. With all due respect, even if one had been coming off a Stanley Cup championship. And then I saw Chuck Cooperstein's note that this is the weekend of the Kentucky Derby. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of Kentucky Derby NBC commitments that they have with other things that's going on this week at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, they've got to do.
So there's some things that otherwise that game might have been able to push back a little bit.
Every one of those horses has a story that you've got to hear.
How about the guy that's been to like 100 in a row and then somehow was able to get a piece of a horse ownership and now can go to Churchill Downs and watch the Kentucky Derby to keep his streak alive?
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's really, I like 67 years or whatever.
Would you like to own a racehorse?
Galloway got into the horse racing business, and he of course, he liked to go to the racing. He liked to go to any kind of dog track, racetrack, whatever.
I enjoy it. I'm not a very good gambler, but like the only reason the only reason I would own a racehorse or a boat is just so I could brag about it to girls. Like that's it. Like all the maintenance would be too stressful. And the payoff probably low.
You could take him, take him to the stall.
Oh yes, this is my thoroughbred racehorse.
Yeah.
And then she sees the horse and goes, "Whoa,
desperate play. This is my horse. Desperate play for attention."
I know that there's a heavy favorite, or I don't know how heavy of a favorite, but Tiz the Law is apparently the next great American horse, and that's who everybody's talking about. Tiz with a Z. The Law. That's who.
Didn't they have a race earlier? So they still have the Triple Crown, but it's like backwards or something. Is that right?
I don't know how all that works.
All right. The U.S. Open tennis, of course, continues, and it's there. Although some pulled out, some haven't been able to get past the first round or two. So that's going on. So everything's converging. The PGA Tour today started the first round at East Lake in Atlanta on the FedEx Cup Championship with Dustin Johnson starting with a 2-shot lead. That's interesting the way they do that. You actually are given strokes under par and a lead of up to 8 or 9 strokes against others, the top 30 who made it to the FedEx Championship near Atlanta.
That's almost too much pressure.
Well,
like, hey, don't screw this up.
Okay, you got a 2-stroke lead to start the day. Some guy goes out and shoots 66 and you shoot 71, and but at least it gives you a head start at some point, maybe in the tournament, for what you've done throughout the year. It comes back to help you before the weekend is up. We're live at Willie Williams Stadium. How about La Vega? They won the state title twice in the last 5 years, played for a state championship last year. Never forget the moment in 2015 when we were at Houston at NRG Stadium and they beat Argyle in that amazing finish where they scored in the last few seconds. And there's the blocked the blocked extra point that Parrish Cobb ran down to save what would have been a tying score, and then they knocked down a couple of throws at the end of the game to win it, and the Pirates go on to win it like 35-33 against Argyle.
Craig almost got beat up by a lady from the UIL.
Yeah,
for doing his job.
Yeah. She does not like me at all.
She was just ready to go from the top rope on him.
I've honestly only had nothing but negative reactions with UIL people on the field. I mean, I really like the 3 to 5 times, and I understand. Like I'm looking at it from the standpoint of I know they've got a job to do, but just the way you go about doing it, sometimes you could probably be better at that, honestly, and that's been my experience multiple times with the spokespeople, if you will.
Well, they take too long to get to the coach in the halftime or postgame. And when we are the flagship of a station or a team, if we're doing La Vega, we've done China Spring, we've done Crawford, we've done Midway, and everyone else in between.
We need 3 questions. That's all we need.
Yeah, just I understand television always runs things, but it's kind of like the decisions they made. This game tonight's on TV, and that's great. But it's like you have had radio, who's been the only way that you can hear a game if you can't go to it. And then you started all these online streaming companies, which you were online too, but we are on 106.7 for the game. And the apps are different now because that becomes basically like turning on a radio. I mean, if Grant Taff, our buddy, the legend, is listening to us online, then we've made it.
Yes.
So, and he has been. And so, and they this year, okay, you could televise the games, and I get it. It's great. But, remember who got you to where you are today for 100 years. It's 100 years. And so, I understand they want to get the coach, but get to him. Don't lollygag around and have to go through 15 different billboards before you talk to Don Hyde or Willie Williams or Shane Anderson or whoever.
In the time it took you to yell at me, I could have already done my interview and been gone. And nobody would have noticed, but, whatever.
Yeah. All right, when we come back to 4 o'clock hour, we start with College Football Hall of Famer, former Cowboys linebacker Dat Wynn from Texas A&M, of course, and Nate Newton unplugged today at 5:30. Shane Anderson and Don Hyde at 5 o'clock and 5:10. We're here at Willie Williams Stadium. This is Sikkim 365 Radio.
Ford is the #1 selling truck in Texas, 43 years running. Where do you go to get one? Bird Culchin Ford has been in Waco since 1936, even longer than that 43 years that Ford has been the #1 truck in Texas. They proudly support high school football, and they are the sponsor of our Ford Tough Player of the Week, which you'll hear on Monday here on Sikkim 365 Radio. No better way to tailgate than with a Ford from Bird Culchin Ford. Whether you're tailgating out at the stadium, if you've got to do it at home and social distance, bkford.com, a locally owned dealership, 1701 West Loop 340 in Waco.
You want to know why Stonewood Dental is so successful? Listen to what happy customers have to say.
Pleasant. It's different than any other dentist office. I really feel like they care. And it's not that you're here for 2 hours waiting on someone to take care of you. It's quick and easy, and I bring my kids, and my kids love being here too. They really love the treasure box. Staff is really nice and accommodating, real friendly. You feel more like home. It's not sterile looking. Everybody has their own personalized rooms with decorations and decor, and they'll even have a blanket for you when it's cold. I've recommended people to actually come here, and they are patients now. I really love it here. It feels like family.
Learn more, stonewood-dental.com.
Ideal MRI is a small family business right here in Central Texas. We're open to support you while lowering the cost of healthcare bills. When you need an MRI, ask your doctor for an Ideal MRI. Visit us at idealmri.com or call us at 833-IDEAL-MRI.
From the first workout to the last practice, sports is an incredible challenge. Hi, this is Dan Engel with the First National Bank of Central Texas, and we're proud to support each athlete, every parent, and our educators. From families, small businesses, to the biggest industry, we're here to help. With remarkable products like instant issue debit cards free at all of our banking centers, we've got banking ideas that fuel big dreams. The First National Bank of Central Texas. Familiar faces making local decisions.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's the heat of the summer, but the real heat is what you're cooking on the grill, smoker, or in the oven. So Waco Custom Marketplace can be your go-to playmaker for summertime grilling. You can't go eat anywhere else? Be your own chef with custom ordered and cut ribeyes, sirloins, fillets, New York strips with a focus on high-quality beef at a competitive price. Waco Custom Marketplace also has fresh deli cuts with sliced turkey, ham, pepperoni, or corned beef. Waco Custom Marketplace also your home for the freshest seafood in town. Salmon, shrimp, mahi-mahi, great priced chicken products, whole birds, tenders, chicken breast, and wings. Waco Custom Marketplace with smoked items unique to Waco, house-made bacon, summer sausage, boudin, hot links, and German sausage. Every seasoning for every occasion, grilling, baking, or frying. Your hometown grocery store with canned goods, pasta, fresh baked bread, buns, chips, sauce, condiments to pickles, charcoal and lighter fluid, cold beer and wine. Best kolaches in Waco, mouth-watering cinnamon rolls, and here for the community every single day, helping you avoid the long lines in crowded stores, serving quality products to the Waco community. Go online for the weekly value boxes. Family owned and operated Waco Custom Marketplace, 425 Lake Air Drive in Waco, or WacoCustomMarketplace.com.
In the market for a quality metal building? Since 1943, Pioneer Steel and Pipe has helped Central Texas residential and commercial customers with metal building design, panel options, building components, and trim options. Pioneer Steel and Pipe's residential line is energy efficient, offers low maintenance, reduces insurance payments, is impact resistant, and carries up to a 45-year limited warranty. In addition, they can also help you find a metal building contractor for your project. Pioneer Steel and Pipe with locations in Waco and Bryan and at pioneersboys.com.
Welcome back to Sikkim 365 Radio.
Dallas on top, 23-6. First and 10 for Cincinnati. On the pass, intercepted. Picked off on the play by Dan Lynn, who has not seen much time today at all. Missed last week. Second Cincinnati turnover.
The 4 o'clock hour is sponsored by Boozer's Jewelers, the wedding ring store, specializing in custom jewelry and repair, all in-house. Here's David Smoke, Paul Catalina, and Craig Smoke.
You like to introduce the guests that we have, whatever they might do. Datwin played with the Cowboys from 1999 to 2005, coached with the Cowboys at A&M. Obviously an All-American, unanimous All-American with Texas A&M, Lombardi Award winner, Chuck Bednarik Award winner, Jack Lambert Award winner, Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. And that's not it. The Athletic Hall of Fame at A&M. He's part of the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. Big Ten. We may not get to an interview and a question to you if I keep going down this list of everything you've done.
I think somehow he's in the SEC Hall of Fame now, that even though he's never even played in the SEC.
College Football Hall of Fame. Dad, did any of those awards, did you win so many of them? Did you ever not take them and feel honored with them? Did you win so many that sometimes you took them for granted?
Well, I think a lot of it's just during that time when things happen so fast. I think in college sports, when you win an award, especially during the college football season, you play the game right after, you get the award ceremony and all that. Things happen so fast that you sometimes don't get to enjoy it as much. Sometimes you sit back now, 20-plus years now, almost 25 years since my college career. But all those awards and accolades, I always tell people that play a sport, and fortunate to play a sport that was a team sport. Coaches, other players, practice players that may never play to play for the university or at the pro level, they all helped me some way, somehow to achieve those goals. But it's a team award. I knew I represented a program, regardless of high school, college, or the professional level with the Dallas Cowboys. So It's a great honor. I don't think you take anything for granted. It's an honor at any level. You work so hard year round for an opportunity to go out there and play and compete, and to get recognized. I'm just thankful and grateful that I had a chance to do what I did.
Dad, you're a guy who's always worked really hard. That was your mantra when you were in the game. That was every time you're always by the ball, whatever it was. Did you have a point in your life where you started working harder, where it kind of made sense to you, or was that like, little Dat was always a hard worker?
It's crazy, guys. Not many people know the story when I showed up to Texas A&M. We didn't have Facebook. We didn't have Twitter. We didn't have Instagram. We didn't have Snapchat like we do now. And plus, we didn't have many recruiting websites during that time. So when I signed with Texas A&M, I didn't know there were 4 other linebackers that signed the same year. I showed up on campus. I thought it was a big man on campus. I walked around and was like, whoa. A&M is known for this famous wrecking crew, 3-4 defense, 3 defensive linemen, 4 linebackers, and there's 5 of us that signed. If I do the math correctly, one of us will be an odd man out. Unfortunately and fortunately, I had a red shirt. I was an odd man out. I wasn't ready to play. I came from a smaller program than the other 4 players that all played as freshmen. So I redshirted, and that year really opened my eyes. I went back to Rockport, had multiple meetings with my high school coach. At times thought about transferring, thought about quitting, thought about it's not for me. I'm Asian. This is not for Asian, guys to play the sport. So all this thing was going. I had all these doubts, and I was going to quit. Seriously. And my coach, who played for Texas A&M, and also he was a baseball player, and he played for the Colt 45 and the Astros. If you guys remember the Colt 45 before the Houston Astros. He was in the organization for 20 years, and he said that the best advice he gave me was the athletics going to end one day. You go back and get the education, and you hope that you get a chance to play. If it's your senior year, it's your senior year. But you have an unbelievable opportunity to play at an unbelievable university. So I went back to A&M. Academic was number 1. I worked out at 6 in the morning, went to class at 8. Came back at 12, worked out again, came back at 4, worked out again with the team. So for the whole year, I did that, and I said, I just want an opportunity, want a chance. The guy that was in front of me was the guy that came in the same class, so the next 3 years, more likely he'll be the starter, and then I will hopefully get a chance my senior year. So leading up to that game against LSU in 95, that Wednesday, Coach R.C. spoke up after practice, said, hey, guys, get on the line. We're going to run sprints. So we ran sprints, and all of a sudden, the guy in front of me that was a starter steps on a sprinkler head. Twisted ankle. Can't play. So it was my opportunity, window of opportunity. So that's how my career technically started at Texas A&M.
Wow. Dad, you were a part of that Big 12 championship team, and I don't say this as a knock on the Aggies, but it's been 20-plus years since the last conference title. Is that surprising to you? But also, just what stands out to you? Where is that amongst the accomplishments on the field as being the conference champions back in '98?
Yeah, I think it is surprising. We talked about it quite a bit, but it goes through and the Big 12, unfortunately, the year that Johnny Manziel went to the SEC, we stayed in the Big 12, had a chance to win the Big 12. Mm-hmm. But a hindsight 2020, I think it is disappointing or unfortunate. But I think what Jimbo Fisher's done at Texas A&M, I think the arrow's headed that way. I wish they had a regular season this year. There's a lot of things that are going on this year, unfortunately. But I think this is an interesting year because I think they do have a good football team. Defensively, they have more depth. They have more length. They're bigger. They can compete now with the SEC, which when you used to play Auburn, Ole Miss, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, those teams, you see those guys in the fourth quarter. Those guys that rotate them, they're so fresh and so big, and they've got so much length. That kills you, and that really beats you down. as a team that didn't have that makeup. So we're leading that way. I think I hope we'll win one soon here. I think we'll be very competitive. I think this year and hopefully the next couple of years under Coach Fisher. But I think back in '98 is a special year. The '98 year, a year before that, we played Nebraska for the Big 12 championship down in San Antonio. We got spanked. I think we got beat up we gave up about 500 yards total offense, 50-something points. So it was an embarrassment for all of us, and we took a lot of pride in that. And then we came back that summer, and we made a commitment that we weren't going to embarrass ourselves in the program. And I think how it turned out and having a chance to win the Big 12 championship against Kansas State was very memorable. Yeah,
that was the Sir Parker, right? Overtime win against Michael Bishop. How good was Michael Bishop at Kansas State?
He was one of the better ones. Even what was so crazy is that he was almost before his time. I compare him to very similar to the Dante Culpepper and the Donovan McNabb, just because he was a couple inches shorter. But he was his makeup, he was tough, he was physical, he was accurate, he was a good player, he was competitive. So anytime you get the chance to compete with players like that, with all those makeup, it's always a challenge. Unfortunately, he fumbled there at the end. They gave us an opportunity to tie the game, because I can still recall that game like it was yesterday, guys. Coach R.C. Sunkel came to the sideline and put his hand on our shoulders, and he said, "Hey, guys, just get a turnover. All you need is get a turnover." And I'm sitting there, I played 50-plus game already, and I look up at the score, and I was like, 4 minutes and 16 seconds, we're down by 15. There's a chance of winning this game very slim. So, but we came out, and we made a couple plays there, but I can still remember those turnovers by Warren Coleman, Roy Lynn Brownlee, Cornelius Anthony recovered it. So it was just a lot of plays that happened, big plays that happened in a short period of time to give us a chance to even have a chance to go into overtime.
Dat, one of our big-time guests when we started the show a couple months ago was Phil Bennett, and we had, it was, 40 minutes we had with him. He was hilarious and wonderful. What are your memories of playing for Coach Bennett? He's so intense, but he's also kind of a goofball at the same time. He's got a great sense of humor. What was he like?
Man, he's really the one that gave me an opportunity. I think if you really think about my career, we talked about the injuries, and we talked about the starter when I was there. When he got healthy, Coach went to bat for me. Coach is the one that said, "Hey, no, I'm not going to change the starter. He's helping us. He's playing good." He was the one that was really the one that gave me an opportunity and really believed in me. I learned so much football from him, which is pretty phenomenal. Understanding down and distance, understanding formation, understanding how teams are attacking and certain formation against certain coverages or defensive calls. So he taught me a lot about the game, the relationship that we have. It's almost like a father-son relationship. Obviously, you guys know his late wife, Nancy, got struck by lightning in Kansas City or Kansas in Manhattan back in '99, and I was the last one basically to answer the phone the night before. So she was the one that really was there for me when I was down, when I was redshirted my freshman year. She was the one that always invited me over to make sure that I was okay with school and that my mind was right, that I wasn't just going down Highway 6 and out of College Station.
Yeah.
So, but Coach Bennett and I, it's just, it's one of those people in your life that impacted you in so many ways that you can't say enough thank yous. And Sam and Maddie, the kids, are now in Hawaii coaching with Todd Graham. So it's almost another family to me that I know can always pick up the phone, or we always can talk, whatever it is. If there's anything I need to ask him. But I think more than anything at the game of football, he taught me a lot about life skills, how to treat your wife, how to be respectful, how to treat elders. It's just the little things that Coach Bennett is. And I know he's comical, but you're talking about a guy. If you are stuck in a foxhole, trust me, you want Phil Bennett in that hole with you.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a little taste of that as well. He's been great as well, and And you're right. When he has your back, there's no question he has your back. Your thoughts about Van Der Esch, who, of course, last year had the injury, coming back from that. Jalen Smith got the big contract. He was good, but he wasn't as good as he was perhaps the year before. Sean Lee, yet again. Your thoughts about the Cowboys at linebacker as they head into this year?
Yeah, I look at the linebacker crew, and all I think back is, you think about Chuck Howley and you think about Leroy Jordan. You're talking about two in Smith and in Van Der Esch. Those guys are phenomenal. They got length. They're athletic. They might be the most athletic group that ever wore the star together, the star helmet together, because they're so dynamic. They can blitz. They can cover. They can run with tight ends. They can cover backs out of the backfield. They give you so many mismatch, and I think last year was just one of those odd years that unfortunate things happen. But if they are not the two best duel, I bet you those three trio is maybe by far, if not the best in the National Football League as a whole, because we all know what Sean Lee brings to the table. He's basically a coach on the field. Van Der Esch went down, he played, and you saw how good he still played, and that's why he's still playing this coming season. So linebacker a lot ties with in front. You're only as good as the guy up front. So how your defensive line are doing really impacts how you play, and also how the back guys are doing. So it all intertwines somewhere. If they can't cover back there, your coverage, your zone coverage or your man coverage is going to be not as good. So it all ties together with the defense. But as a group and as a whole, I think those three guys, if not the best, they already been to the National Football League. So there's a lot of excitement to think about that linebacker crew, because I would love to coach those guys. Or I know I can't play because I'll be on the bench, and I'll still be able to play with those guys.
Dat Nguyen, College Football Hall of Famer, the great from Texas A&M with the Cowboys as well, with us on Sikkim 365 Radio.
Dad, have you ever had a stranger experience than at New York City with me and our friend Eric from Tyler Candle Company at a Ray's Pizza and seeing Steven Tyler?
Steven Tyler signing autographs, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I told somebody the story, and it's so crazy because there's a limo sitting outside, and we sat down. He was right next to us. Like, we just left him. It was so crazy. But you know what? I don't recall anything similar to that, because I think you guys had the VIP, and you guys knew he was there. I think you guys had something with a scoop there from Waco.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, he gave Eric like a card, I think, or somebody, and Eric, I think, sent him some candles, and I don't think Steven Tyler gave him the right phone number, but he got. So what's it been like? And you are an incredible success story when it comes to everything, but also now an entrepreneur. You own Chick-fil-A, a franchise. How has it been as a business owner these last 5 or 6 months since COVID?
Yeah, I know it's been challenging, but it's been fun to me. But we're just fortunate and grateful that we had an opportunity to be still open to still serve our customers and serve our community. But overall, it's just something that happens. Just like football, we talk about football all the time. We've been at football. We've been talking football for the last 2 minutes here. And the same concept I use for my business is football. I evaluate each of my employees just like a football player. I rank them from 1 star to 5 star. I look at my leadership. They're my assistant coaches, and I have an offensive coordinator in the front of the counter, and then I got a defensive coordinator in the back of the house, and I got a guy that's basically the head coach, and I'm basically the general manager that runs kind of manage the team and give them what they need here and there. But overall, I got a general manager. Really, he has might crack you up, but he's from Baylor. He went to Baylor. He didn't play ball, but he went to the military. He was the Army. He was a lieutenant. But I got a Waco guy there that's helping me out. So, but that's really all the concept that I use. Things happen, and I tell them all the time, it's just like a football game, right? You run the play, guys get injured. You want a lot of Wes Walkers because they can play the Y, Z, the slot. They can be a running back, punt returner, kickoff returner. They can do multiple things. When you get a lot of those Wes Walker guy type players, your team is going to be good because you can move people around. Things happen. People get sick. People call in. People no show, no call. What do? You still got you still got to line up and play the game every day. The hardest thing about this job that I can attest, playing football is easy because we practice and then we perform. and then we make corrections before we go on the field and kick it off, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in our profession, I tell them all the time, my leaders, my assistant coaches, my general manager, hey, we're coaching on the run. There's no chances of watching film today. They made a mistake. We got to correct them, and we got to correct them right away, because if not, they're going to keep making those most incorrect moves or the mistakes. So that's what's challenging, but it's fun because now after 4 years of running the program, just like a football team, when a new coach comes in, it takes about 3 to 4 years to put the culture, to build your systems, and I can see it now. Just like today, we had a meeting, and I sat there with my Baylor guy talking about our team. And you just, things are just smooth. They're just going, and it's Friday. Always know how hectic, how chaos it is, but we understand that. But we're building good systems, and we're having good team members. So we're having good players. That gives you a chance. So I'll break it down to 12 months in a season, which is a 12 game.
Mm-hmm.
Certain criteria that we meet. If we meet those criteria, we win that month. If we don't, we lose. So last year, we went 8-4, 8 wins, 4 losses. And again, this season, we started 3-0. And then COVID hit. So guess what? Your quarterback went down.
Yeah.
Your quarterback over. So what do you do?
You just react to
Yeah. You lost a Torrey Hickman, so now you try to find a Torrey Romo to do that time. I had a 21 quarterback, so we're going to fix it more time.
You could tell why this guy won in everything that he did. We'll close it with this, Datwin, unless, Paul, you have a follow-up for Craig as well. Is there anything more efficient in fast food or restaurant business than Chick-fil-A's double-barrel drive-through, the way you guys handle that?
Yeah, it's a great concept. You know what it is? Every store is different. The one in Wakefield is different from ours. All different from College Station. Everywhere you go is unique in their own ways. But it's just one of those things that the founder, Truett Cathy, and the many other leaders that allow the operators to come up with philosophy or strategy or system. And I tell people, I tell my guy from Baylor all the time, you know, his name is Brandon. I tell him all the time, I say, hey, don't reinvent the wheel. It's just like a football game. When you watch plays, guess what? Sean Payne didn't invent that play. It was invented by somebody else. But guess what? He tweaked it just a little bit to make it where it's a little bit unique. And that's what we do with our drive-thru. We just got to tweak it to what caters to your area, your community, your people, your time. Because for us, from 11 to 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, well, 60% of our business. And I said, hey, you better. Those are red zone offense plays or red zone defense. You better score. You better stop them from scoring.
Amazing. Dat, thank you, man. Appreciate it. We miss seeing you at the Super Bowl. We always enjoy that one night.
If you guys ever come up in 4 months, TCU, we're right down the street with 4 minutes from TCU.
You got it, buddy. Yeah. Thank you, Dat. Thank you for being you.
My pleasure. Thanks for being on me. Thank you, guys.
You too. That's Datwin. Rockport Fulton. We know his story. Refugee family from South Vietnam during the fall of Saigon. And we've had dinner with him, not just, it's a Super Bowl with Jason Minix, the guys in San Antonio, and Eric, our buddy from Tyler Candle Company. And we've gone out to some really nice restaurants before, whether it's been like an Asian restaurant or possibly a steakhouse or maybe a combination of all. And he is so much fun. He is as real as they can possibly be. And he's that happy.
What city were we in with that Asian restaurant we went to?
New York.
That was New York, yeah.
Well, one we had to walk about, 15 blocks or whatever.
Yeah. It was good, though. I remember that.
Was David Dobbs with us, our good friend, the attorney in Tyler?
I think he was,
yeah. And he and Eric always somehow find a way, not that we complain, to pick up a big chunk of the tab.
Well, that same night we saw Steven Tyler when we
that was Eric, right?
We were walking out of the place we were at. We were walking out of just this, kind of a bar or whatever, and so we walk out, and it was right next to the Ed Sullivan Theater where they do the Late Show. At that time with Letterman, and now, of course, with Stephen Colbert. But
see if you can call him right back again. I want to Phil Bennett wanted me to relay a note to him.
Okay,
yeah, it's okay. Give us an update on the Stars, by the way. It's not good.
But we walked out, and there was a guy with an A&M hat on. And I was like, oh, my gosh, I'm going to introduce this guy to this A&M legend. And the guy found it in like a bargain bin. It was some Russian dude just standing in the street.
Had no idea. That's funny.
By the way, yeah, happy birthday to Brian Etheridge.
Yes.
He and Ashley, the grand poobahs of Sikkim365.com, of course, with what Colt Barber does as well. Those three guys are the nuts and bolts behind this whole thing. All right, before we get to an update on the Stars in their game with Colorado, we're going to try to Dad, I as you were hanging up, Phil Bennett, as you hung up, Phil Bennett sent me this. Tell him I told you how damn fat he was when he first got to A&M.
Hey, I was going to bring that story up. I was going to make it sound a little better.
He also said this, though. That's my boy. I love him like a son. He is the best. He is the best I ever coached.
Wow, it's amazing because you see his Rolodex of who he coached through his career. He's talking about Rod Strickland. You go Rod Woodson, those guys in Purdue. Just talking about those Purdue guys. It's just to be in that the same list for him to say that it's phenomenal. What a great man, but what a great mentor. But I think if you talk to any player that played for Phil Bennett, they're going to tell you that he was a tough, but he was one of the best coaches, best teacher that they ever had.
Thank you, Dad. Thanks for coming back on. I had to share that with you. That was too good not to share with you. Dat Nguyen, the great from Texas A&M, Cowboys for 6 years, also coached there, coached at A&M. And he said, Phil Bennett, if you want someone in the foxhole with you, you want Phil Bennett, he'll have your back forever. And I'm so glad that I got that texted up to get him back on.
I remember
tell him he was so damn fat.
R.C. Slocum told a story about him one time that they called him the roly-poly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't know.
All right. That was fun. Okay, what do we have next? Is the Big 12?
Tate,
yeah, we have a Big 12 segment.
We actually have a Stars update.
Okay.
So,
right.
yeah, 3-2 Stars down to Colorado with less than 9 minutes to play in the second period. So Colorado scored within the last 15, 20 minutes to take that 3-2 lead. So, yeah, under 10 to play in the second. 3-2 Stars trail the Avalanche.
Yeah, they tied it at 2 and then gave up the lead pretty quickly as well. So right now, midway through the second period, 3-2, Colorado leads Dallas in Game 7. When we come back, Paul Catalina focuses in on a team that is they're going to beat a couple of people this year, and who knows with Les Miles another year, what they've done with the coaching staff, who they have been able to kind of get back. He's going to recruit better. How is KU? Are they going to make somebody's life miserable a couple of times or more during the Big 12 season? I know most of the people say no way. Who knows? We'll have that feature on the KU, the Jayhawks in football with Paul Catalina next on Sikkim 365 Radio. When you need something for the weekend, if you are looking for a car this weekend, let me tell you what they have. A Labor Day sales event on brand new Ram trucks and Jeeps, plus special incentives on select Dodge, Chrysler, and Fiat vehicles at Allen Samuels, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Loop 340 east of 84 in Waco. Loaded up with new inventory, tremendous selection on hand with more arriving almost daily. Allen Samuels can get you exactly what you want, and if you want to shop online, you don't feel like you want to go to the dealership, although the dealership is sanitized, safe environment. You can come on in and shop in person. The staff is 100% on board to give you a safe experience. But if you want, you can go online as well at AllenSamuelsDCJ.com, and they'll even bring the car to you if you want them to. Also, they are the FCA Customer First Award Excellence winner, and they've won that multiple times. Allen Samuels, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat. The Labor Day sales event continues. The incentives are there on the brand new Ram trucks and Jeeps, plus special incentives on select Dodge, Chrysler, and Fiat vehicles. Come by. Let's be friends at Allen Samuels, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat.
Boozers is the wedding ring store and more. If you're ready to get engaged or already married and want to upgrade your wife's ring for a special anniversary, Boozers is the place to go. With the largest selection of premier quality diamond engagement rings and wedding rings in Central Texas. They have 7 cases with over 300 styles of rings from top designers like Natalie Kay. Choose from yellow, white, or rose gold, plus beautiful top quality loose diamonds. With an in-house jewelry, they can also custom make anything you want. Bring in a picture or drawing and let let Boozers create your one-of-a-kind pendant or ring. They can even use some of your old gold and diamond jewelry to create something new. At Boozers, you'll find a great selection of quality timepieces, and Boozers is the place for expert watch maintenance and repairs, too. They specialize in expert Rolex watch repair for fine jewelry, watches, custom work, and more. Go to Boozers on Valley Mills and Lake Air Drive in Waco.
Boozers, the wedding ring store and more.
Bird Kultgen Ford has been in Waco since 1936. Ford, the #1 selling truck in Texas, 43 years running. And Bird Kultgen Ford proudly supports high school football in Central Texas. And no better way to tailgate with a Ford than from Bird Kultgen Ford, our sponsor of the Ford Tough Player of the Week. Locally owned dealership, online at bkford.com at 1701 West Loop 340 in Waco. The annual tent sale's going on right now.
Hey, this is Bryce Petty, former starting quarterback and two-time Big 12 champion, and I know firsthand the importance of being in top shape both on and off the field. So listen up, men. If you're feeling beat down day in and day out and looking for that high-performance edge that separates the men from the boys, then look no further than the Petty Clinic Low T in Waco. Petty Clinic is a comprehensive men's healthcare clinic with an atmosphere catering to men. Board-certified Dr. Kent Petty has a special interest in offering the highest quality medical care to men of all ages. Some of the services offered include screening and treatment for low testosterone or thyroid, infertility, high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol, sleep apnea, while offering comprehensive wellness exams and complete men's health lab panels. High performance men, remember, it's not just a Petty thing. This is Bryce Petty, encouraging you to reach out and Google search Petty Clinic Low T or go to pettycliniclowt.com and get your complimentary lab screening today.
Waco's newest gym, Halo Athletic Center, 5725 Bagby Avenue, right behind Region 12 and across the highway from the Central Texas Marketplace, where motivation, inspiration, and hard work are the driving force. State-of-the-art equipment, indoor and outdoor track, locker rooms, showers, yoga and bar classes by Duality Yoga, Bod Pod potty composition analysis, and registered dietitians, all under one roof, where we rise above. Come join the Halo Athletic Center and be a part of the change, your change.
Riverbend Liquor and Wine has their easy-to-access drive-thru open and convenient and clean in-store location on the corner of Lakeshore Drive and North 19th Street in Waco. Riverbend Liquor has the best and most extensive variety of craft beer selections in Waco and Balcones whiskey, including single malt, pot still, baby blue, French oak, rye, and brimstone. Riverbend Liquor and Wine, family-owned and operated, and a hidden gem in Waco on Lakeshore Drive and 19th Street. And find out more on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Paul Catalina's College Football Focus.
So Kansas backed up inside its 10, but Cooper Williams finds some running room. Look at him go past the 40-yard line.
SicEm 365 Radio, our Big 12 tour continues. Kansas, Matt Tate, Lawrence Journal World joins us. And Matt, Les Miles back again. Puka's there. They have all this. What is going to be considered success given this shortened 10-game season for Les Miles in year two?
Good question. I think getting through it, right? I mean, it's a weird year, obviously, for everybody in every program. And I think because of that, it really does take some of the pressure off. I mean, normally, the second year after winning 3 games your first year, people would start looking for a bump in wins and a little bit more progress in the competitive standpoint and things like that. But I really do think that it's hard to hold any coach at any program accountable for what happens this season, because right now, yeah, you want to compete, you want to develop kids, you want to improve, you want to perform, you want to win, all those things. But right now, goodness gracious, the biggest thing about the whole season is just getting through it. So I think that, they lost a lot from last year on really both sides of the ball. I mean, their quarterback was the biggest loss on offense, he had the best year that KU's had in 10 years at that position. So that's hard to replace. And then almost their entire secondary and D-line is gone from last year. So I realize why people want to say, well, 3 wins last year, let's see if we can bump up to 4 or 5 this year and keep progressing. But I just don't think it's that simple. I think it's almost like starting over again. But the good news is you don't have to install everything over again. You don't have to reestablish your culture and your philosophy. And so all of those things should be worth something. And maybe the goal would be, just how can they be more competitive, regardless of the win total, especially in this crazy COVID season. Regardless of the win total, can they just be in more games? Even the ones they lose, are they more competitive? Do they take it to the fourth quarter? Do they look like a better product? If they can do that, then I think everybody would call this a successful second year. And then I think the pressure turns up in year 3 a little bit.
Did you see that a little bit from them last year? Things like, they gave Texas all they wanted.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's no doubt. They should have won that game. And there were others where they were, in it or ahead in the fourth quarter and lost a couple of those. So, they still took their lumps. I mean, there were still a couple of scores that you don't want to see and that frankly we're used to seeing around here, those of us who cover KU. So you got to eliminate those. It's not going to be fixed overnight. So nobody expects that. And, it's okay to lose games, but being competitive is a totally different thing than losing, 60-14. I mean, those types of scores have to go away. I think it was something like that in the season finale with Baylor. And that came after a decent finish to the season. They got so much interest after that Texas close call, and then they beat Texas Tech, and coming along right after that was a home game against Kansas State. They sold the place out last year. I mean, that alone was major progress because those stands have been very empty for the last 5, 6, 10 years, and that wasn't the case with that game. Now they got pounded. I mean, they invited all those people to show up, and then didn't put a very good product on the field that day. But again, it's baby steps, it's small signs of progress, and some of that was definitely there this year. And as long as you continue to see that, I think everybody can continue to feel good about it. But there are definitely signs that although he's a completely different person and coach and man than he was at LSU, in terms of just that was a whole long time ago, and you get to do it with a different set of resources when you're doing it at LSU. There are definitely signs showing that illustrate that Les Miles still knows how to build a program, still knows how to coach football, still knows how to organize. And it's not what it was, and it's not perfect, but neither are these times, and neither is this season, obviously. So there's a lot to like, but yeah, they've got to keep going the right direction because it'll fall off so fast. If anything, if they take 5 or 6 blowouts this year on the wrong end of them, people will check out so fast because they've just seen it over and over and over for the past decade.
Is he starting to get guesses or at least people coming to visit that wouldn't normally have if a caliber of coach like Les Miles wasn't there in recruiting?
It seems that way. I mean, they're not 4- and 5-star kids by any means yet, and nobody should have expected that. I certainly didn't. I mean, those 4- and 5-star kids are still. There are how many? 5 dozen, 6 dozen programs out there that they can go check out. KU has the advantage, obviously, of being in the Big 12, which is a place a lot of kids want to play, especially Texas kids, and so that's a helpful thing. But yeah, Les Miles by himself is really enough to get the attention of some kids, and so even some of these upper type 3-star kids that maybe wouldn't have even considered KU are definitely visiting, checking it out, and some of them are committing, and that's a great sign. So that's been his biggest success. I mean, 3 wins last year, could have had 4, could have had 5, maybe even. That was a nice start, but I really don't take into account what happens in year 1 in the win-loss record because you're not doing it with your guys. It's often what was laid before you got there, and then you're just kind of tapping into that, good or bad. But I think when you start to look at the recruiting, that's where it obviously shows where your program's headed and what kind of coach you are. And he's done well. I mean, within reason and within the expectations of what Kansas can recruit, he's done very well. And the biggest thing he's done is committed to the high school thing. There are no transfers. There are no JUCO kids. I mean, for two 2 complete classes almost now. He's packed them with high school kids that can come in here and develop and redshirt if they have to, and that's how you have to rebuild, especially with Kansas, who, this was a program that was facing some number issues big time, from Charlie Weiss, from David Beatty, both of those guys, with their JUCO experiments. They put a hurting on KU's numbers and total scholarships available. So Les is building back toward that, and he's doing it the right way, and that's as big a sign as anything that he knows what he's doing, and he's trying to get this thing going in the right direction.
Matt Tate, Lawrence Journal World, with us here on Sikkim 365 Radio as our Big 12 tour continues.
At Baylor University, students find their place to shine. They're faithful friends and inspirational leaders. They're championship teammates and independent thinkers. They're on the cutting edge of high tech and in the halls of history. If you want to make the world a brighter place, you can. And if you want to shine in your own way, you can. The spark you need is already inside you. Bring it to Baylor, where lights shine bright.
Don's Humidor, your home with a 48-foot walk-in humidor with the elite cigar brands from around the world, including the #1 cigar of the year, Aging Room Cuatro Nicaragua. Plus, they have the great brands like Macanudo and Artur Fuente, Rocky Patel, Aston, and so much more. CBD, great for sore muscles, aches and pains, sleep, Vita Dreams, and anxiety, mild depression, general health and wellness. Their staff very knowledgeable on the subject. If anyone is curious about CBD, ask Carol and Ashley. Don's Humidor in the Townwest Shopping Center off Valley Mills in Waco.
After my first car accident, I feared the biggest damage would be to my wallet. I expected a mountain of bills and a long, drawn-out process. But my Texas Farm Bureau insurance agent was there when I needed her and helped me get back on my feet and in my car in no time. Instead of a hassle, I got reassurance and a quick recovery.
Stop by and see our agents at one of our 3 McLennan County locations.
Coverage and discounts are subject to qualifications and policy terms and may vary by situation.
Boots add protection. Good boots help you climb better and move forward faster. And when your son or daughter steps into the boots of a U.S. Army officer, they also learn how to lead. In these boots, they'll gain more confidence with expert training in one of more than 150 occupational specialties. In these boots, they'll stand a little taller and lead a team with diverse backgrounds and areas of expertise to successfully accomplish whatever challenge comes next. In these boots, they'll earn respect with valuable experience from day one that will give them solid footing for success into the future. Highly qualified candidates who earn a spot on our team can receive comprehensive health care coverage, college tuition assistance, and a bonus of up to $40,000. See all the things your son or daughter can achieve in our boots at GoArmy.com. U.S. Army Waco Recruiting Company, 254-598-8131 or 254-776-1543.
How can we help you? That's a question we ask every day at American Bank. Hi, I'm President and CEO Dana Hassel. Our commitment to our customers is what drives us. It's why we've invested in new branch buildings and technology like ITMs that let you speak to a teller face-to-face from your car. It's why we work with local businesses, helping Waco grow and thrive. And it's why decisions about your accounts and loans are made here in Waco by people who know you. How can we help you? Find out at American Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back to Sikkim 365 Radio. This high school football segment is sponsored by Southwest Sports Medicine. We'll get you back in the game.
I tell you what, one of the scores that popped, we had Salato's Alan Hare on earlier when they beat Troy the way they did, 46-27, Grandview tonight. Abbott beating Avalon 58-37. Terry Crawford, we know what he's done, won a state championship at Abbott. So consistent. The last 2 or 3 years, though, it's been tough. And they opened up with a great win against Avalon, 57-36. And Terry Crawford has Milford tonight, and he joins us on Sikkim 365 Radio. So you just unleash Caden Johnson every week. You're going to be fine, right?
Oh, no doubt. I'll tell you what. He's the epitome of what hard work in the summer does. That young man worked out hard. He played a full slate of baseball games and worked every morning in the concrete business. I still found an opportunity to get here at night and get in the weight room. He put on about 10 pounds and he's faster and stronger, and it showed last week.
376 yards. He also scored 7 times, and that's not all he does. He plays basically everywhere. He worked in the concrete business during the summer when a lot of kids were probably playing video games.
Yeah, got up every morning, 5 o'clock, went, worked out in the heat. So, he just committed to doing what he needs to do to be a good person, and that's I'm extremely proud of him. The gains he's made are phenomenal.
Are you going to try to get more kids to get jobs doing concrete after this summer with the results you see?
No doubt. We've always been a farming community. We're starting to get a few of those farming kids back. Our kids in the past, I can remember those early 2000s, our kids came to football, and it was a break for them. It wasn't work, because when they left football, they had to go work on the farm. And we're starting to get a few of those kids back, and you see the difference in work ethic with those kids that been expected to get up and do things.
So you have Milford, and we know what Coach Crumpton's done. They've had a great run, and they have been good for a long, long time. But I don't think they played last week. Is that an advantage to you?
Well, I don't know if it's an advantage or not. It's hard to scout somebody without game film. The one plus is that their scrimmage that they have was against somebody that's running the exact same offense that we run. So that was good for us that we got to see that. But maybe they'll be fresh. I really don't know how to approach it, but it is what it is. So it's the hand we've been dealt. I think we're going to be dealing with that a lot this year. We're just going to go over there, and hopefully we're prepared well enough to have some success.
What makes them so good, besides the fact that they've been consistent, continuity, and, of course, they have great players?
Well, yeah, I think, the longevity of Coach Crumpton being there and then doing the same things over and over. They know the system. This year they're going to look a little bit different offensively than they have in the past. They've had tons of weapons all over the field. They've been really athletic all over the place. This year they're just huge. And so, people say, well, that's different for Coach Crumpton. Well, no, I remember back when he used to stay in a tight formation and try to pound you because he had those type of kids. So, they've got that culture. They got that winning culture. Those kids believe they're going to win, and that goes a long way.
Abbott and Milford tonight in Class 1A. I still want to say Class 6, man. Last year they beat you up pretty good. Does that matter at all, or have you seen that come up at all this week as you prepare for them?
Well, the last 2 years they put it on us pretty good, and I think our kids are a year or two older now, and they remember that. We don't talk about revenge around here, but we want a little bit of redemption. We feel like that we know that this is going to be a test for us, and we know this is an early season game that can really say a lot about our team and where we're at. So, kids definitely want it. There's no doubt. They haven't stayed on the field with them the last 2 years, so they got a little extra motivation.
Is there ever a chance you think we're going to get back to whatever the new normal might be, or whatever normalcy is?
Yeah, I think we are. I'll tell you, Smoke, one of my biggest pet peeves right now is that when I read these programs shutting down and they're saying, well, we're gonna shut down for a while to deep clean. Well, I've got a problem with that. We deep clean every day, and we ought to have been doing that irregardless. It's just now we've got this pandemic. We deep clean every day. Now, I can't guarantee you that doesn't mean that something's not going to happen here, but I'm not. I promise you, I'm not going to say we're going to deep clean. So maybe this is a good normal. We haven't had any of our typical staph infections or things like that we usually run into because we're doing such a great job of cleaning. But it is what it is. I just hope that maybe we can get back to more fans in the stands and we don't have that pressure, about that. But again, we don't worry about it that much at this level because, there's a lot of room to sit in your car around the field. So it makes it unique for us. So.
Yeah, it's like that book that Jim Dent wrote about the six-man football, the Mighty Orphan. No, what was the book he wrote?
12 Mighty Orphans.
12 Mighty Orphans, and also he did the story about Penelope and all of that as well. It's still. Someone asked me this the other day. It was Jason King in one of these pop quizzes. Does high school football, and I know that your level perhaps more so than anyone, does high school football, in your opinion, still have that amateur innocence to it?
At our level, I think it does. I mean, if you start climbing the ladder, I can see where somebody could make the argument that it doesn't. Down here, it's about the community spirit. It's about kids, competing at every sport, in every sport. There's not as much specialization. And so, yeah, I think there's still a lot of amateurs. The fact of the matter is not many of our kids in my tenure have had the opportunity to go on and play at the next level. And even the ones that have chosen to go do something else in their life. So, I love it. It's great. I'm happy with where the state of our game is. We've got, the concussion deal hanging over our head. And I think that took some kids away. I think this took some kids away, this pandemic that we're in. But, and I'm just talking in general. Here locally, I don't think the pandemic has bothered us at all. We just, it's kind of nice being a small town and be secluded.
Hey, thank you, Terry. Really impressed with that opening win with Avalon and Caden Johnson. He wasn't far away from a school record. Is that right? Does he have the record, like 404 yards? Do you even know that when the game is going on and he's running up and down the field?
No, I really don't, unless our stat man walks up to me and tells me, So I'll be honest with you, though, Smoke. I really thought he was going to have more than that because he had 3 long touchdowns called back on hold calls. So I was surprised. I was expecting to see a close to a 500-yard rushing game. And so I was a little surprised. And then I got thinking, well, yeah, when those get called back, that's kind of what happens. So, special night, and hope he continues all year.
Yeah, one thing I know is that tonight when I get home, I'll turn on my email, and there'll be an email in my inbox from Terry Crawford, no matter what you do tonight or last week or next week or hopefully in 8 or 9 weeks when we're still playing or not. I know I'll have something from you, and I'll always appreciate you, always, for doing that. I wish got that from everybody.
As long as my stat keeper makes it back, he's been on a journey. He's been up in Illinois, but he tells me he's going to be there. As long as Matt Thomas is there, you'll have it in your box. If not, it'll be early in the morning.
I know.
But I appreciate those people that do that for us, and I appreciate y'all covering high school sports like you do.
We love it. Thank you, Terry, just like you do. Terry Crawford, head coach at Abbott, won the state title, 3 years ago. There is a story that's COVID-related, and, of course, there's some going, yeah, right. And so, SMU and TCU were not going to play. And then all of a sudden, because of the Big 12 and what they did, they decided you could have one non-conference game, but it had to be at home. And SMU said, okay, we'll go play you in Fort Worth. They got Shane Buechele back. Sonny Dykes, right, is back, and they were pretty good last year. Bruce Feldman reporting the SMU and TCU game will not be played a week from today after all. Frogs AD Jeremiah Donati announces some athletes and support staff in the football program at TCU tested positive for COVID-19.
I don't like this because TCU is one of the only schools in the Big 12 that's not putting forth information. They are being very veiled with it. If you look at the Big 12, there was a piece on ESPN earlier this week. It was showing all the schools in the country who are not putting out specific information in regards to their tests. Baylor's done a tremendous job. They give you the closest to the current numbers as possible. They got a full dashboard website. But in the Big 12, in the SEC, 11 of the 14 don't give accurate information, which is just that's crazy to me. In this time, we're actually trying to hide info so that we can move along. But TCU is one of those that's been kind of not as transparent. So I will never probably hear how many guys. It could be 30. It could be 3.
Yeah. Also, Randy Gregory may report to the Cowboys on September 7th for testing, may participate in conditioning activities, individual workouts, and meetings, but cannot practice with the team until October the 5th. He will be eligible to play if, in fact, everything goes according to plan when the Cowboys play on week 6 on October the 19th.
They better either win a Super Bowl with him on the roster, he better win Defensive Player of the Year, or 2-time All-Pro to make up for all the time spent talking about him maybe playing someday, because
no kidding,
there's nothing he can do just average-wise to make up for all this time lost. So he better be the greatest player of all time. He better be LT when he comes back to make up for all the air wasted on him.
Well, and look, that's he has probably gotten more of the benefit of the doubt because he has a lot of people in his corner.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him. I'm just saying.
But I hope so, and I hope that he comes back and can sustain playing.
Yeah.
I don't even care how good he really is at this point. Just stay playing.
Yeah.
Even for the Cowboys, I think Cowboys have him on a contract for 2, maybe 3 more years because of all the time he's
I don't think anybody's rushing to break that either.
But yeah, but I mean, like, just stay in the league for a little while. Just stay in the league for a little while and play. That's all I want to see from him.
It's never been more liberal, not so much in the terms of politics, but the rules have never been more liberal to help those who can't stop smoking pot.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
and we can go into the reasons, and there's all sorts of reasons, and there's a lot of excuses and all that.
Look, there's no reason to pop a drug test in the NFL anymore. Like, there's no way you don't know it's coming. Or
the week before, Randy, we're going to test you on Wednesday at 12:01 noon.
And now they're not testing for pot anymore.
No, they're not. And so
that's the biggest thing. It's like you can smoke all the pot you want.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the problem?
So that's that. And then now in the next hour, and we got a couple of minutes here, Stars are now at intermission between the second and third period. Colorado leading 3-2. They led 2-1, then 3-2. They have 1 period left. Game 7. I still feel like that game's going overtime before it's said and done. The winner goes on to meet in the conference. You say it's finals, right? I keep on thinking it's the conference semifinals. Doesn't matter. They got to win tonight. They got to win this afternoon. They trail Colorado 3-2, and they'll go to the third period here in just a moment. I was going to say, okay, Randy Gregory, SMU TCU has been suspended. They kicked the thing down the road. The Big 12 was meeting today, according to Mack Rhodes, remember, on Tuesday. He told us that they would meet today to kind of what constitutes what you must have available to play a game.
Well, I guess TCU just answered that somehow or another.
It appears. We'll try to get that for you as well. And there's also some high school games that have been changed. The Bosqueville-Holland game has been moved to Holland. That might be more the turf and the weather and all of that. Also, the Fairfield game, as we told you, against Brownsboro, that game was canceled. Brownsboro found Sweetwater. Then they had to cancel. So that game's off. Fairfield, Brownsboro, Sweetwater, Hearn, Franklin, none of them are playing.
Don't you miss the good old days where you complain about it just because of weather?
Blum and Union Hill, which was a good 6A game. Union Hill probably the pretty heavy favorite there. As one of our pick'em games has been canceled. Iredell and Avalon canceled. Evant and Morgan also canceled. We told you yesterday the Crawford-Bruceville-Eddy game is on 12 o'clock tomorrow on Saturday at Robinson because of the field conditions. So that's the latest update. We have La Vega, and we have Conley, and we have the pregame at 7. Paul Catalina, Craig Smoke, Ryan Davis will be here as well. And when we come back, we'll start back-to-back segments, hearing from Shane Anderson at Conley and Don Hyde at La Vega, and the two that are so entrenched, as they have said, and how we had that throughout the week, how much they are so close. In fact, Shane Anderson says he wants to coach one day with Don Hyde. Either he's going to coach under Don Hyde, or Don Hyde's going to, kind of win another state title or whatever, and decide he wants to coach with his buddy who coached him when he was at Connolly High School before he went to Toulouse Midway. So we'll have that and Nate Newton. My God.
So just to be clear, you're thinking this is the conference semifinal? This is the conference semifinals with the trip to the finals of the Western Conference on the line in this Game 7.
See,
that's what you get, right?
No, I keep thinking there's another round even in between.
No.
All right.
This is for a trip to go represent the West versus either the Canucks or the Golden Knights.
Okay, good. All right, and then, of course, as you mentioned, the Canucks and Golden Knights
tonight.
They're playing tonight on NBCSN. They'll drop the puck. I think that's at 8 o'clock.
The game right now is on USA, so they'll be between episodes.
That's not bad.
Of Psych and
don't they have the tournament
Law
on
and Order
USA?
SVU.
Yeah. So the
I know
Stars.
it's a good network. There's just a lot of other stuff on there.
It's just the fact that it's a 3 o'clock game. But hey, you got to play at some point. It's 3 o'clock here. It's somewhere in Japan, somewhere, whatever. All right, when we come back, Shane Anderson, Don Hyde, La Vega Conley. This is the 49th meeting. The series started back in 1964. We'll kind of update you on that and hear from them and Nate Newton in the 5 o'clock hour on SicEm 365 Radio.
It's employee pricing for everyone. Continuing on at Richard Carr at the summer savings event going on now. You pay what employees pay all month long, and that includes thousands in savings on a variety of vehicles, such as saving $7,000 on 2020 Acadias, saving $7,000 on 2020 Yukons, saving $7,000 on 2020 GMC Terrains. Qualified buyers looking for a truck? How about saving $8,000 on a 2020 GMC SLT Crew Cab? They've also got the line of Buicks. The Enclave is one of the best-selling SUVs in 2020. It's got first-class seating for 7, all the loaded safety and tech features. It's an uncompromising full-size SUV right now. Save $7,200 on a 2020 Buick Enclave. You can also save thousands on the Buick Envisions and the Buick Encores during this summer savings event. You get great prices, but you also get free oil changes with a new purchase and in-town priority warranty service when you buy a vehicle from Richard Carr Buick GMC Cadillac. Richard Carr Motors are the people you can count on. A local family dealer run by Baylor Bear alumni. They want the chance to earn your business, so stop by their daily disinfected showroom and see their safety-focused staff, or they will bring the test drive to you and your home, because your comfort and safety is Richard Carr's first priority. Find them online at Richard Carr, that's KARR.com, or Highway 6 at the Imperial exit.
Stepping into the boots of a U.S. Army officer can add confidence and leadership skills to your son or daughter's career path. See all the things they can achieve in our boots at GoArmy.com. U.S. Army Waco Recruiting Company, 254-598-8131 or 254-776-1543.
Let's face it, some people just like driving around in the new. Hi, Jay here from Pickup Outfitters to talk about those truck owners that know they have naked trucks but simply don't care. You'll hear them saying something like, I'm just driving around free and easy, nothing constricting me. Gross. But there is something that can entice almost any naked truck owner. Leather. I mean, they kind of go together, right? And Pickup Outfitters is an authorized dealer and professional installer of cat skin leather seats. So I'm asking you to do your part and help us end truck nudity. The next time you're near your naked truck owner friend, you can say something like, you know what would really be sexy on your truck? Leather. And they'll get that sly smile, and you know you've hit them in their weak spot. Pickup Outfitters installs factory matching leather kits or custom kits in just about any color combination for your truck or even car. It's the sexy thing to do. You can be part of the problem, or you can create a commotion with cat skin leather seats at Pickup Outfitters. 220 Lake Air Drive in Waco.
Mazzana Construction is celebrating 52 years as an award-winning, family-owned and operated business excelling in general construction and construction management. Mazzana Construction is proud to support Connolly ISD's tradition of excellence in education and athletics, including owners calling Connolly High their alma mater, Vicky Mazzana, class of 1974, and Aaron Miner from the class of 2002. Mazzana Construction, celebrating 50-plus years by building trust with quality work. MazzanaConstruction.com.
With a proven performance reputation spanning 85 years, Sturda Steel operates with one sole purpose, producing the highest quality seating solutions with the best and most efficient processes in the industry. With engineered, fabricated, and installed grandstands and bleachers all across North America. Whether seating 50 to 50,000, the skill and versatility of our workmen are evident in the quality and precision work detailed on every bleacher and grandstand project. Sturda Steel, family owned and operated since 1934 at SturdaSteel.com.
It takes time to reach goals. It's a truth that applies to more than sports. It goes for your financial goals as well. You work hard for your money, and you deserve an investment strategy that lines up with your game plan. And Tom Albers, your Edward Jones financial advisor, can help. If your financial investments aren't putting forth the effort you desire, stop by today for a financial review. Tom Albers, 4301 Lakeshore Drive, 254-776-7605. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
At Ideal MRI, we feel blessed to be a part of the Waco community. We're a small family business right here in Central Texas, and our goal is to bring down the cost of healthcare while maintaining high quality. At times like this, the cost of healthcare has never been more important, and unfortunately, significant illnesses and injuries still occur. That's why Ideal MRI is open and here to serve you through the difficult time. We offer premium MRIs just like a hospital with state-of-the-art technology and specialists, but you'll pay less. sometimes thousands of dollars less, whether you're using insurance or not. At Ideal MRI, we accept most insurance, and there are no hidden costs. Even offering financing if that's needed, everything included in the price, and you'll not get something as a surprise in the mail later on. If you need an MRI, ask your doctor about Ideal MRI. They'll know. You can schedule an appointment safely from home online in minutes at idealmri.com or give us a call, 833-IDEAL-MRI, idealmri.com.
Welcome back to Sikkim 365 Radio.
The 5 o'clock hour is sponsored by Edward Jones Investments with financial advisor Ben Erlinson, who'll navigate you through today's financial climate. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Here's Webb to gate the right side. There goes Kavion. Look at him go. What a move. 20. Goodbye. Touchdown. Kavion Gaither, my goodness. 42 yards. Made a move and down to his hand on the ground to keep his balance.
Sikkim 365 Radio's coverage of Texas high school football is sponsored by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, protecting Texans for over 50 years. J.D. Power, highest customer satisfaction among auto insurers in Texas, 9 years in a row.
Here's David Smoke, Paul Catalina, and Craig Smoke.
Willie Williams Stadium, named after the two-time state championship coach Willie Williams. They played, of course, back in that 2000 decade, lost to Prosper in a state championship game, but then they had the dramatic win against Argyle and Houston. Don Hyde, of course, won a state title his first year as head coach at La Vega, played for one last year. What a run he's had as the head coach at La Vega. And Shane Anderson trying to help his alma mater put together a stretch that's as good as it's been, well, since back in the 90s when Mike Anderson and company had a great run as well at Connolly. This game tonight, we'll have pregame at 7 o'clock, 7:30 is the kick. It's the 49th meeting. The first ever time they met, La Vega beat Connolly 13-6 back in 1964. And they won a bunch in a row. In fact, they won the first 3 games of the series. They lead the series 30-18. They played every year from 1998 to 2017. Last time they played was 2017, and La Vega won 42-2. 16, it was 55-17. 2015, it was 55-30. So you can see it's been kind of an onslaught. Now, the last time Connolly was able to get a win was 35-27 back in 2014. And then that crazy game back in 2013, I think the score was like 62 or 63-60. So these two teams, La Vega with a championship medal, Connolly trying to get there. Shane Anderson and his really great friend in coaching, but great friend overall. He was on Connolly's football team when Don Hyde was an assistant coach. We have back-to-back segments. We start with Connolly Shane Anderson on This Week, and then Don Hyde of La Vega on Connolly as well. Connolly football coach Shane Anderson with me, Sikkim 365 Radio, and this is a series. You didn't play each other last year. 48 meetings, La Vega 30 wins, and Connolly 18. Is it nice to play them again?
Yeah, there's no doubt it is. I think we're at a place in our program, where we're worthy of getting back on the field with these guys. When we came in here the first year in 2015, they thumped us pretty good, and then we went over there and got thumped really good in 16. And then after that, I told Coach Williams at the time, I said, "Hey man, we can't play right now." I said, "Y'all are Division I, we're Division II, so we got to build this thing up." And but now that I think after coming off a 12-1 season last year, confidence of our kids, confidence of our program. I think we're in a good place, and I think, looking back to that 1999 game that I played in, when we were both top 10 teams, that was the kind of atmosphere that we were looking for this Friday night.
The story as well is that what friendship and Don Hyde, the coach at La Vega now the last couple of years, the head coach, you know him. He coached here. He coached you when he was here. And how you have soaked in whatever he's been able to teach you and vice versa, how close the two of you are.
Coach Hyde's always been a mentor of mine since, it goes way back to when I was a little kid and he started his coaching career. Of course, when I was a little kid, he was the young guy on the staff. He was the cool guy, the guy that was, I guess, closest to my age. And so, he and I hit it off. And then, after that 99 I guess 2000 season, he left and went down to Toulouse Midway as defensive coordinator, and that was a sad day for me. And I didn't understand it as a 16-year-old kid at the time. Why is my coach leaving? And I cried, he cried, and a couple years later, he's back in Central Texas. And then once I get into the coaching profession, we get back in touch, and we stay in touch, and we talk almost daily, even on the week that we're not playing each other. And so he's kind of a father figure in the coaching world to me, and like I said, I love him like a dad, and we rely on each other a whole bunch. And so Friday night at 7:30 for 48 minutes, we'll hate each other, and then after that, we'll be back friends.
You win the first game 46-25. Sunnyvale, of course, a team that won 12 games last year. Offensively, you ran the ball almost at will, nearly 600 yards, and you unleashed Trey Wiseman. Obviously, everyone knew what Gaither could do, but what gets overlooked is what the offensive line does. Even though those two guys can make their own holes and make big plays, how impressive, when you went back to look at film, were they?
They were very impressive. I thought their effort was unbelievable. And that's a tribute to Coach Cody Jones, who joined our staff this year as a new O-line coach, and Coach Paul Stapina, who coached the O-line. And they got those guys playing with their hair on fire and believing in it. And then a lot of it has to do with those 5 guys up there are 2 and 3 year lettermen. They've played a lot of football games. And so, they know our offense like the back of their hand, and they know the adjustments and the things that we got to do, depending on fronts that we get, and just those little tweaks. And they did. They opened up holes all night, and the backs ran well and took care of the football, which was a big part of it.
You're going to have to throw the ball. You struggled in the scrimmage. You didn't have to throw the ball at all in the second half. There was no need to. But is that a concern, especially since La Vega is going to come up and stack the box and make you throw the football?
Yeah, there's no doubt it's a concern. You got, that's the thing that we were missing last year, I think, was the difference in us potentially having a chance to play for a state championship, was just not being able to throw the ball. And, I think we'll get there. I think, it's going to take some time. You got to realize Tyler Webb, who's playing quarterback for us, hasn't really played football in a year. He got minimal snaps over at Midway last year. And so we've got to do some things to get his confidence up and to put him in a good situation to throw some high percentage passes and get that thing rolling. And, I think we'll have some opportunities Friday night to do that.
Is he trying too hard?
No, I don't know if he's trying too hard. I just think, it's just the speed of the game at this level. You line up against the number 7 team in the state. It wasn't like we were playing some slouch. Those guys are a good football team, and they were 12-1 last year, and they had a lot of kids coming back. And so, just the way they disguised it, the way they showed it, and and then the speed of the game. And I think when it's all said and done, I think he just needs some time. It's just like anything else. Once he gets a few games under his belt, I think he'll really start thriving.
Sunnyvale, short fields set up a couple of their scores, and obviously the pick six as well. Your thoughts about how the defense ran to the football, did what they needed to do?
Yeah, I think the defense played really well. We've prided ourselves. I'm an old defensive coordinator, and we prided ourselves on playing good defense around here. And then the last 3 or 4 years, we've been able to do that. And we got a chance. Our linebackers, we got really 4 or 5 kids that can play those 3 spots, and all 5 of them can play. And up front, with Torrey Pullen and Trey Walker, 2 guys that had 100+ tackles last year. And then you throw Cason Pullen and David De La Fuente at one end, and then the big sophomore and Caden Turner at the other tackle. We got a chance to be really good up front.
La Vega is pretty much going to try to run the ball. They can throw it a little bit, but you know what they do. They know what you do. There's no secrets in this game, is there?
No, there's no secrets at all. Willie Williams called me Saturday about lunch and said, "Hey, man, y'all running that mid-zone better than us." And I said, "I don't know about that, Coach." I said, we had a good night last night. I said, we'll see what happens next Friday against the number 1 team in the state. But, like I said, we mirror ourselves after each other, and a lot of that has to do with Donnie and I's friendship and relationship. I try to model my program after him and vice versa. And we're going to play a 4-3 and play good defense and be multiple, and we're going to run the rock. And that's what we do. And we coach kids hard, and we love kids even harder. And so it'll be a great atmosphere and a great game Friday night.
And it's a great matchup, too. This you'll find out real quick. They will as well who you are.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Like I said, when after Friday night, after 48 minutes, there'll be a bunch of blood, sweat, and tears shed on that field. And I know their kids are going to play as hard as they can to, protect their home turf. And our kids are going to go over there and play as hard as they can to try to get the win on La Vega's turf.
Shane Anderson, Connolly football coach, with me on Sikkim 365 Radio. La Vega football coach Don Hyde with me on Sikkim 365 Radio. Juggling tickets and juggling depth charts and roster, opponent, all that. Just your typical week here at La Vega.
Yeah, it's a little different than usual. I'm selling JV tickets to go to Conley. JV and freshmen go to Conley on Thursday, and selling varsity tickets for here on Friday. And so, I've been busy ever since we walked off the field, and getting ready for the game. Sometimes it's second nature nowadays. I'm glad I got a good assistant coach that can prepare for us to play Conley.
Don, you guys had very little time to get ready for Port Lavaca Calhoun. Your thoughts about, in the end, you win the game 20-6, and how everything, looking back at that, how your players handled the week?
Well, I thought we handled the week well. What I didn't think we handled was jumping out and getting the lead, and then not stepping on their throat and taking the life out of them. They're a very good offensive football team. I think they averaged 45 points a game last year, and they run the flex bone triple option. We don't see that very much anymore at all. And so, one wrong step and one wrong leverage point, and you're giving up yardage. And so, for the most part, we held them to 7 points. I thought we did a good job. We scored 3 times offensively. Had one call back for a holding call that I didn't think was really holding, but that's hindsight. But we also got the ball down the red zone 2 or 3 times, didn't get in. And so, we got to be more efficient on offense, and we got to be more effective on defense.
Last year, you did not play Conley. You guys play again. 30-18 overall record against the Cadets. What an arch rival. You have a lot of them. Your thoughts about this game against the Cadets?
Anytime you play against Conley, that's littered with athletes on the field, it's going to be a dogfight. Coach Anderson does a fabulous job over there with both offensively and defensively. He's got a good staff and a good group of kids, and so we look forward to a good contest.
You coached there once. In fact, Shane's told me that he's had some people, Terry Gamble among others, that have helped him along the way, but that he looks at you as a guy that got him in the business, helped them through the business, helped them stay patient with the business. Your relationship with him.
Well, when I was there, I coached linebackers, and Shane played linebacker for me at Conley. And I think I left before his senior year and went down to Corpus Christi with Buddy Griffin, and Shane was still there. And Shane was a heck of a football player. He's a heck of a coach, and I've been in this business a long time. And when he first got in, he called me for advice, and I appreciate the fact that he called me for advice, that I meant enough to him that he would seek my advice to before he made decisions. And so he's a fabulous guy. We talk on the phone about every day, at least once. And so, I wish you nothing but the best except for this Friday night.
Yeah, this Friday night. And obviously they have the weapon in Gaither. You know him and what he can do. And now they have the little sophomore that's coming around, Wiseman, and what he gives them, an explosiveness. They haven't thrown the ball. In fact, they haven't thrown the ball at all very well. But your thoughts about the weapons they have on offense?
Oh, certainly they're littered with talent on offense. Their offensive line does a great job. At the end of the day, it comes down to the 5 guys up front versus the 4 guys up front on defense, whether you're us or them. And so, at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. And skilled players aside, if you can't block them and we can't block them, it's going to be a long night for both offenses. And if they can block us or we can block them, it's going to be a long night for both defenses. And so, it's a game of matchups. Certainly, they've got some matchups that work in their favor. Certainly, we think we got some matchups that work in our favor. And so, it's going to be a fun game. The good thing about it is it don't affect what happens later on down the season. And so, it's good for the community and good for me and Coach Anderson.
You have more than a half a dozen players who have already verbally committed to play college football at the next level, even through the pandemic, the shutdown, and then the back to work. And there's probably another half a dozen before it's all said and done. I was talking to Coach Carpenter. He said how proud he is of these guys. They make it easier for you. That doesn't mean you don't have to have their, your finger on their forehead every once in a while. But your thoughts about how this group has handled things?
This group is fabulous. Not only are they talented, but they're good students. They have great character. They're here early. They stay late. They bring right now we're virtual learning. They bring the Chromebooks up here, and after practice they sit down and get busy on their work. And it's just a great group of kids to have in the field house. It's a great group of kids to have on the team. But more than that, their parents are phenomenal people. And that's the reason the kids are like they are. They have a wonderful support system at home. Every one of these senior kids with their parents and their communication with their parents' communication with me, and vice versa. And so we're just extremely lucky to be in the position we are at La Vega.
Don Hyde, head football coach at La Vega. This is Sikkim 365 Radio. All right, so that's La Vega's Don Hyde. That's Conley's Shane Anderson. Tonight, kickoff at 7:30 our pregame on Sikkim 365 Radio, on the app, the free app, also online, Sikkim365.com, Periscope. I think it was 200 last week in just one of the outlets. It was outside of all the other main core of where we are, plus 106.7. The Eagle FM is also our home for Connolly football as well. So if you look at the series, it's obviously, that's not a surprise. If you would have said, okay, Smokey, they've played 50 times, what do you think La Vega and Connolly series would be? I would have said maybe even 40-10. But it's 30 to 18, so it's a little bit closer. And La Vega has won, the last 3 times or so, as I mentioned. But they had that shootout 4 or 5 years ago that must have been insane, like 62-60. Don Hyde is as good as it gets when it comes to what he thinks of these kids, these young men, and also what he does as a coach. And Shane Anderson with what he's done at his alma mater at Connolly. That's not easy to do. We're starting to see more and more coaches go back to where they started to help the program where they had success. The team that's always measured at Connolly will be the 1990 team. The teams now that will always be measured at La Vega, even though they had the team that played for the state title back in, 2008, and lost to Prosper at what was then, was that AT&T Stadium or that been Texas Stadium? When was AT&T Stadium open?
Oh my gosh.
It's not been, it wasn't 2000, it was Texas Stadium, because I was at that game and remember doing a playoff game at Texas Stadium that evening. And then, of course, now La Vega is going to be measured on what they've done really since 2015. Won it all, and then lost in the quarters, lost in the semis, won the state title against Liberty Hill, lost in the state title. That's the run they've been on, and that's the respect that they have now with La Vega and what they were always the program. It was always really good, but they couldn't win the championship. Well, how many people really do? A lot. I know every year now you've got like 15 or 20 titles, but it's still kind of the same clump of people that usually do it.
You know, when I first moved here 15 years ago, La Vega wasn't very good, right at first. And then they hit this wave, and they really haven't looked back. They've had one kind of down year in that time, and they've turned into an absolute juggernaut.
All right, when we come back, we're going to update you on the Stars. They're in the third period, about midway through, as they're trying to win Game 7 against Colorado. What does it mean? We'll have that next. Also, again, our Richard Carr Cadillac moment, where exceeding expectations is the standard. And then former Cowboys All-Pro offensive lineman Nate Newton unplugged on the Cowboys in certain players and positions and the coaching staff. This is Sikkim 365 Radio. IdealMRI.com in the Central Texas marketplace. Why are they special? Well, one, they are our title sponsor. But on top of that, why they are special is they can help you save not just hundreds, but in some cases, thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars with an MRI. Premium quality MRIs, convenient, affordable, that's ideal. On average, an MRI can cost over $1,100. Theirs at Ideal MRI will cost you $497 or less, and that is every single time. Every time. Getting an MRI used to be time-consuming and expensive. After spending hours at the imaging center, you could wait up to months just to find out what it had cost, and not anymore. Ideal MRI will provide a convenient, luxurious experience in the state-of-the-art technology. In the MRI suite, so to speak, your scan will be read by board-certified subspecialists, and it will never cost more than $497. I went inside their MRI machine in the Central Texas marketplace, and that evening I got a call from Dr. Rob Maxey, and he gave me my results, and then I got a disc that was sent to me that gave me my results to allow that if I wanted to pass it along to my doctor, like Dr. David Haynes at Southwest Sports Medicine Orthopedics. He had done my shoulder surgery back in 2015. I sent him the MRI of my left shoulder, and we discussed what to do with it. And you know what? It was painless. It was not very long. It was very, very low maintenance, and it was comfortable. It's not always the case. Ideal MRI, where they can help you save hundreds, if not thousands, on your MRI, IdealMRI.com.
Riverbend Liquor and Wine has their easy-to-access drive-thru open and convenient and clean in-store location on the corner of Lakeshore Drive and North 19th Street in Waco. Riverbend Liquor has the best and most extensive variety of craft beer selections in Waco and Balcones whiskey, including single malt, hot still, baby blue, French oak, rye, and brimstone. Riverbend Liquor and Wine, family-owned and operated, and a hidden gem in Waco on Lakeshore Drive and 19th Street. And find out more on Facebook and Instagram.
Did you know that 1 out of every 4 men have symptomatic low levels of testosterone and don't even know it? And if you think you're too young to worry about it, guess again. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, raise your cholesterol, and cause weight gain. Petty Clinic Low T can set up same-day blood screening and results, so if you're tired of being tired, go online, pettycliniclowt.com. And through Valentine's Day, Petty Low T will take care of the cost of the initial blood work. It's a private clinic with an atmosphere catering to men. Affordable, only $150 a month, includes the office consultation, testosterone injections, follow-up visits compared to nearly $400 in Dallas and Austin. And you don't have to worry about the traffic one way or the other. Petty Clinic Low T has board-certified physician consultations and will provide the best form of brand-strength testosterone. And through Valentine's Day, they will take care of the cost of your initial blood work. Contact Petty Clinic Low T for increased energy, improvement in sexual desire and performance, mood, concentration, and even a decrease in body and belly fat. Just off Highway 84 on Old Hewitt Drive in Waco.
At Baylor University, students can shine in their own way. Or should we say their own ways? Because there's no limit to the ways Baylor students make the world a brighter place. Whether they're leading a student organization or following a higher calling, getting advice from faculty, or taking part in world-class research, pursuing their dreams, or working toward their dream job, students find their place to shine at Baylor, where lights shine bright.
The biggest, the baddest, and proven to be the best. Ram is back-to-back Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, get the Ram you've been waiting for less from your friend in the car business, Allen Samuels. A new loaded-up 2020 Ram 1500 Longhorn 4x4. Now with a whopping $12,000 off. And first responders receive an additional $500. Big summer clearance event savings from the Ram leader, Allen Samuels, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat. Ask for details. All offers with approved credit.
Stepping into a new pair of boots is great, but stepping into the boots of a U.S. Army officer can also add confidence and leadership skills to your son or daughter's career path. There are more than 150 occupational specialties to help them find the best fit for their future. See all the things your son or daughter can achieve in our boots at GoArmy.com. U.S. Army Waco Recruiting Company, 254-598-8131 or 254-776-1543.
One size fits all. That may be all right for an adjustable belt or cheap sunglasses, but when it comes to your financial needs, no one wants a one-size-fits-all strategy. Cam Heathcott, your Edward Jones financial advisor, knows that his most important goals are yours. That's why he takes the time to understand your needs, knowing you. That's how Edward Jones makes sense of investing. Cam Heathcott, covering Conroe and Houston, 936-756-7717 or cam.heathcott@edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Welcome back to Sikkim 365 Radio.
The Sikkim 365 Radio app is sponsored by Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Fiat in Waco. Your friend in the car business at Loop 340 and east of 84. Come by. Let's be friends.
I can already tell you this. We're loaded up for early next week with some of the guests as we focus in on Baylor, Louisiana Tech, and what will be the first full weekend of college football. There are games, including my alma mater, Stephen F. Austin, playing UTEP. That TCU-SMU game now has been canceled or suspended, whatever you want to say. That was supposed to be not this weekend but next. Saw a couple of games last night. There'll be more this weekend. Not many, but a handful. Week number 2 of the high school football season. NBA, of course, they're kind of in that neck. What are they in the conference semifinals as they've started all that? And then the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, the Stanley Cup, and it's 3-3. Stars have tied it up. Less than 7 minutes to play now in the third period. So, yeah, got a tight one and just what you would be looking for in a Game 7 of a Stanley Cup final.
Alexander Rudolph scored. How about that, boys?
Yeah. Scored
with 11:28 in the third period. They're tied at 3. There's 6:53 to go.
So I just had this. You were mentioning TCU. The Big 12 has come out today with their official rules for what constitutes a cancellation of a game, pretty much, right? And what will happen in the event that somebody does have to cancel a game, and if they aren't able to find room elsewhere in the schedule, it won't count as a loss. I mean, they've come out with all those today, including the number of position players you need. So if TCU is calling off this game, how many players exactly and where are these guys sick?
Yeah. Well, and
that's where some transparency by the Frogs would be nice.
Yeah. And, of course, September 19th, nobody's going to play, and then they're going to play again on the 26th. So, hopefully, by the 26th, the TCU players are all better.
There are already some people going, SMU, you get a little buffer zone. You know that's going to be a dicey game. Listen, TCU's played good people. They haven't dodged people when it comes to non-conference. They've really done a nice job. But this does look a little bit interesting.
But of the coaches in the Big 12 that be the most cagey about this, it doesn't surprise me that it's Gary Patterson.
Oh, Mr. Tinfoil hat himself.
Yeah, I mean, please get these bats out of this, out of this room kind of a guy.
They're stealing my plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's the guy.
Maybe change him every once in a while.
Well, I mean, they can watch the tape. I mean,
those comments only come after losses for some reason. I don't know. But,
or 40-point wins.
But on Patterson, though, like if there are now numbers that we know, like you have to have at least one quarterback, you have to have at least this many offensive linemen, and I think there's a part, and like I guess you could still proceed forward to an extent. But if you're already calling off this game, then there's more than a couple guys sick on your football team, and yet TCU's not releasing any information. There's others across the country that aren't releasing information. I'm not saying this to like dote on Baylor by any means, but I love that they give you all the information. You know that, like, not necessarily everybody in each program, but you know the number of people that are under watch right now. You know the number of positives that are on campus, and I just don't think there should be any room whatsoever for any team in the entire country. This goes for everybody. There's no reason. A&M's another one that doesn't do this. There's no reason to not be publishing numbers. This is a national health crisis. I don't see a real reason to not publish numbers and to be veiled about it.
No,
well, you know where that comes from. That comes where Bob Bowlesby, the commissioner, and Carl Campbell actually said this on the text line, the Riverbend Liquor and Wine text line. Bob Bowlesby should say, you need everybody. Now, Texas went several weeks one time where they didn't give anything.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the one thing that Baylor maybe has learned, you hope, and it's with Mac and Dr. Livingstone and others, is that you let it out there.
Yes.
If you've had a bad week, you've had a bad week.
Yeah.
I mean, what happens if next week we learn that some player just gets fed up or a parent gets fed up and we learn there's like 32 guys with COVID and they're trying to hide that? You know what I mean? It's like that's why this is a disease that affects every single person on this earth right now. There's no need to be hiding numbers, especially on a college campus.
You don't have to tell me who.
Right.
I mean, like, you don't have to tell me who, but just tell me yes that it is. And the other thing is that the effort you're going forth to keep that number a secret is not worth it in the long run.
No.
Like what is to be gained ultimately? Because say you sneak out and you play a few games,
right,
without reporting or whatever, and then you cause a bigger problem. Believe me, the storm that will come from your trying to do it differently is not worth the effort that you're making.
Yeah, TCU, you can just say like this many athletes, just like Baylor does. This many total are being monitored. That's all you got to say, but saying nothing or whatever they're saying that's not really up to snuff and this whole cancellation thing, I don't like it in the environment we're in right now. There should not be any secrecy going on.
All right, when we come back, Nate Newton, former Cowboys All-Pro offensive lineman, on many things, including his thoughts about Connor Williams in year 3, the secondary, Dak's team among the offseason, the expectation, the long drought without a championship appearance. Nate Newton, Stars.
4-3, Avalanche now with 3.5 minutes to play.
Oh, my goodness. By the time we come back, they just scored. Vladislav Namastovskis.
Exactly.
He's
a good player.
Craig and I were just talking about him.
We were.
Yeah.
Big
Assists
V.
from Nikita Zadorov and JT Comfort.
Way to go, JT.
Yeah.
3:31 to go. Stars, by the way, just won a neutral zone face-off, so they're probably
3.5 minutes.
They just scored. They tied it.
Wow.
Joe Curavanta.
Game 7 hockey's great.
Great defense, Colorado.
4-4, 3.5 to go. Let's call Tyler Bolden and see what's going on. Coming up next, and by the time we're done with all of that, near the top of the hour, again, we have pregame at 7 o'clock, La Vega Connolly, Sikkim 365 Radio on the app, online on 106.7 The Eagle. We'll have a final from that one, or maybe overtime. And this is Sikkim 365 Radio.
Let Camille Johnson Realtors guide you seamlessly through the process of buying your dream home or selling your current one. Commercial, farm and ranch, or residential, Camille Johnson Realtors can smoothly and successfully lead you through any transaction. With a team of 28 experienced agents who are excited about serving you, Camille Johnson Realtors services the entire greater Waco area. If you're in the market to buy or sell, contact Camille Johnson Realtors, 104 Midway Center in Woodway, or find them online at www.camillejohnson.com. Camille Johnson Realtors, elegant, charming, warm. Welcome home.
Boozers is the wedding ring store and more. If you're ready to get engaged or already married and want to upgrade your wife's ring for a special anniversary, Boozers is the place to go. With the largest selection of premier quality diamond engagement rings and wedding rings in Central Texas. They have 7 cases with over 300 styles of rings from top designers like Natalie Kay. Choose from yellow, white, or rose gold, plus beautiful top quality loose diamonds. With an in-house jewelry, they can also custom make anything you want. Bring in a picture or drawing and let Boozers create your one-of-a-kind pendant or ring. They can even use some of your old gold and diamond jewelry to create something new. At Boozers, you'll find a great selection of quality timepieces, and Boozers is the place for expert watch maintenance and repairs too. They specialize in expert Rolex watch repair for fine jewelry, watches, custom work, and more. Go to Boozers on Valley Mills and Lake Air Drive in Waco.
Boozers, the wedding ring store and more.
From the first workout to the last practice, sports is an incredible challenge. Hi, this is Dan Ingham with the First National Bank of Central Texas, and we're proud to support each athlete, every parent, and our educators. From families, small businesses, to the biggest industry, we're here to help. With remarkable products like First Free Checking, we've got banking ideas that fuel big dreams. The First National Bank of Central Texas. Familiar faces making local decisions.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Stepping into the boots of a U.S. Army officer can add confidence and leadership skills to your son or daughter's career path. See all the things they can achieve in our boots at GoArmy.com. U.S. Army Waco Recruiting Company, 254-598-8131 or 254-776-1543.
Texas Board Certified Personal Injury Trial Lawyer and Baylor alum David Willis and Baylor alum Parker Willis are ready to help if you or a loved one has been wrongfully injured in an auto accident, SUV rollover, industrial accident, 18-wheeler crash, or were seriously injured by a defective product or recalled drug. Call them for a confidential and free case consultation at 1-800-GOT-HURT or visit them at TexasTrialLawyer.com, principal office in Houston, Texas.
Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, the team physicians for Baylor Athletics, specializing in diagnosis and treatment of any and all sport-related injuries, celebrating over a decade of service to Central Texas. They tackle all surgical and non-surgical problems that arise from an active lifestyle. Trust the doctors that Baylor trust, and when injuries sideline you, don't wait for Monday. Join us at 8:30 on Saturday mornings for a post-game injury evaluation clinic. Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. We get you back in the game.
Welcome back to Sikkim 365 Radio.
Watch Big Nate right there. Boom. Boy, Nate just took his guy and just boom, just put him right on the ground.
The Sikkim 365 Radio Live Guest VIP Hotline is sponsored by Stonewood Dental. We are all in this together.
Former Cowboys All-Pro offensive lineman Nate Newton with us on Sikkim 365 Radio. Nate, with what you've seen, what you've been able to see so far with what Mike McCarthy brings to the table, is there anything in particular, a style that you see that's different than what they've had with Jason Garrett? And did he, in any particular way, subtle or not so subtle, send messages the way that he's kind of run the camp so far?
You know, Smoke, I wasn't allowed to see a lot of the practices. I had to go through some back channels to sneak in and see about 4 or 5 of the practices, and then they sanctioned me to see about 2 or 3 others. And so from what I've seen, his whole practice regimen is different due to the pandemic here. With the COVID, he don't do a lot of one-on-one stuff. It's more team-oriented. And I'll give you an example, like they'll do when they're doing run period and pass period is the center, right guard, right tackle. Then it's the center and 2 guards. Then it's the center, left guard, left tackle. And they rotate like that. and you get a lot more teamwork. You get a lot more situational work. And I'm thinking not so much as that it is a great change from what other coaches do, but it's the situation we're in. And you see a lot of guys, you can see the first team come out and take 3 reps, but it's a different guard after 3 reps off, different tackles, because everybody is preparing. I'm thinking Coach McCarthy is really preparing. What if this epidemic hit my team? I have to have everybody ready to play. So it's not a hierarchy of who's first team, who's second team. It's about who can fit in, where, and when, in different scenarios. So it's been fun to watch, man, to see how this coach trying to adjust to not only being the new coach of the Dallas Cowboys and installing his offense and defense, but how you going to treat your players and giving them look.
Do you feel like the decision about Clinton Dix sends a message that the best players will make this team or not?
You know, we've heard that in the past, but now we're seeing that. This new coaching staff, even though they are signing guys and bringing guys in that they're familiar with, I think they're trying to hold this team to a certain standard. And once again, when I watch practice, it is at a much higher tempo. They don't go as long as they normally would, and they cut it down to maybe 1 practice a day, but they're asking for a higher tempo. They're asking for guys to come in. Their defense, Smoke, is not going to be 2 safeties, single high safety, where you can just read them easily. And watching their practices, not giving away anything, they're going to be in multiple coverages, multiple fronts, and doing a whole lot of different things. What they're trying to prepare for, I think, is they thinking that their offense is going to be so high powered that most teams will be playing from behind, and they want to get a chance to rush that passer. And they brought in bigger bodies on defense with Dontario Poe, Antoine Woods looks a little beefier. Tyrone Crawford will be down there, that 3 technique, or either one of the defensive tackles when they go defensive ends as they go into the 3-4. This thing is exciting. It's just multiple looks, my friend.
Do you feel like they have just so many weapons, no matter what might happen with the secondary, that this team would have to just completely just have self-inflicted wounds not to be successful?
You know, what scares me, brother, is the fact that, okay, it's a pandemic year, but it's a pandemic year for everybody. The new coaches have a disadvantage that they had no OTAs, no mini camps, and they're always allowed to have that extra week, and then we missed an extra preseason game because they canceled the Hall of Fame game. So that is the disadvantage. But the advantage is they have no film. Coach McCarthy's been out of the league for a year. They have no film. They don't know how we're lining up. They don't know how they're going to use the young guys. They don't know how they're going to use our veterans, with Everson Griffin coming in, Dontario Poe coming in, Aldon Smith, what would he give to the team? So that's the one advantage. Can we take advantage of for the first 2 or 3 games? Because, it don't take but 4 games. And they'll be on us like, flies on a young dung from a cow,
Oh, I cannot wait to repeat that one. I cannot wait to repeat that one. Even with Dix now, Clinton Dix being cut, and then the McCoy injury, which are 2 guys that they thought might start for them, the way they've been able to find some of the, like you meant, Everson Griffin was like, I said, I didn't even know he was available. And then some of the other things that they've been able to kind of bring on in as well. Was this one of their, what you think might be one of their best off seasons, including the draft?
Last year they went out and got Robert Quinn, and a lot of people like, okay, Robert Quinn. Then he had that great 11-sack season. Everson Griffin, I know, is a better run defender and can rush the passer as well. I think that this sets up Marcus Lawrence to have a great year because now he can really rush the passer with Dontario Poe. Everson Griffin is a run stopper as well as the pass rush. He has 2 nice get-off rush moves that he can use at any time. Dontario Poe will collapse the pocket. That will give Antoine Woods a chance to go 35 or less plays so he can be more effective. You got Tyrone Crawford coming in. We don't know how much he can give with the 2 hip replacements, but he's going to give everything he's got. Now, Aldon Smith is that that's our cat in the bag. We don't know what he's going to do. He may get 1 sack and 1,000 hits on the quarterback, or he may get 10 sacks and 1,000 hits on the quarterback. But he is a much bigger guy than when he left the game 5 years ago. He's like 6'4". He was 235, 250 when he left. Now he's about 280, and he don't seem to be lost much. You know he has, but he's a little rusty. But I would like to see what he would be after about 5 or 6 games when he knock off a little bit of rust and lose a little bit of weight with the banging of the body.
Nate, with Travis Frederick gone and retired, and now it's Connor Williams in year 3. He's coming off, of course, the injury year. Do you feel like this is a year when you find out about an offensive lineman? Some guys blossom immediately. You have the Tyron Smiths and the, Martin and all the other guys, even Travis Frederick. Is this a year for him to put up or shut up?
Brother, you said it, I didn't. I mean, it's time to put on your big boy draws, man. I mean, take off the panties and let's dance, man. I'm being honest with you. Yeah, I mean, it's time to grow up, my friend. It's time to grow up and do what you got to do. So here we go. I mean, you said it, I didn't.
Now, the defensive secondary. Yes, they drafted the young man Diggs. They got him. But, they do get rid of Clinton Dix. I've mentioned that probably too often. But they've never really put a lot into the safety position since the days of Darren Woodson and then Roy Williams. Is that still something that could come back to haunt them, or do you kind of like what they have back there?
Since they've let loose the old staff, I've cautioned the people here in Dallas. I've said, let's see before we go to switching the wholesale safeties and corners and all, let's see what the new coaching staff bring. Let's see what the new techniques bring. Let's see what the new coverages bring. And now they're telling me a lot to be releasing Hot Clinton Dix and to not go out and get a guy. And you know that guy I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And to not just sign him says a lot in what they think of their safety position. You got Darian Thompson that has had a good camp. After about a week, he was competing for Ha-Ha's job. And after about 2 weeks, it wasn't Ha-Ha's job no more. It was his job. And then Awuzie has been back there a little bit. Awuzie has been back there. They've been trying a lot of guys. Wilson has been back there at that safety. The only mainstay has been Xavier in this past blue-white game or whatever they called it. He got kind of banged up, and so he's not been in, but they feel confident with what they have.
Dak Prescott, obviously the offseason of the unknown. There was no way he was ever not going to play, and they're going to eventually, you would think, take care of him. But then again, perhaps he's pushed even more. Is there any doubt in your mind that this is there's no doubt he's a starter, and he's the guy, but is there any doubt that this is his football team?
Brother, if you doubting, if they doubting, or we doubt, you doubting, I'm doubting, I wouldn't have gave him $31 million. I wouldn't have not franchised him. I'd have been like, hey, man, test the market. I mean, you've given him $31 million. You've all but said, I went out and said, you know what, I'm not only going to give you a new head coach and keep your same offensive coordinator as far as Kellen Moore. I'm going to go out and draft a CeeDee Lamb to give you even more firepower. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go out and let Tony Pollard come out of that backfield with a combination of deep. How can you lose? I'm going to give you Blake Jarwin going up the seam for averaging of 20 yards a catch. I mean, if this dude don't be successful with all this they put around him, man, somebody in that front office need to be fired. I'm telling you, because Dak is locked and loaded. He got a 55-yard football field in his backyard. I mean, come on, man.
Yep.
If this dude don't do what he needs to do this year right here, I'm going to lead the parade and run him out of town.
Is it sometimes frustrating for guys like yourself, Nate Newton with us, former Cowboys All-Pro offensive guard, is it frustrating as a former Cowboy when you are a part of a once-in-a-lifetime run? Is it frustrating that they have not been back to a championship game, much less championship level, since 1995?
You asking a dude since he was 10 or 11 years old has been a Dallas Cowboy fan. You know what I'm feeling, bro. Last year, I sold out for this team and got egg on my face. now I feel that this team is ready, and I'm scared to make a prediction of more than 10 wins, Smoke, because they've hurt me so bad. I'm scarred. The relationship is raggedy. Oh, I wish I would have got an annulment, bro. I can't divorce him because I lose everything.
Yep. Thanks for your time, big fella. Thanks for your time so much. Always appreciate your honesty and transparency. Appreciate it.
All right, God bless you, man, and tell your son and everybody else and the other big fella I say hello.
You got it. Nate Newton, former Cowboys All-Pro offensive lineman and guard on Sikkim 365 Radio.
In Texas, there's pea-size hail and baseball-size hail. Guess which one hit our house? We didn't even know where to begin, but we called our Texas Farm Bureau insurance agent, and he was so reassuring. He knew exactly what to do to get our house back into shape and our lives back to normal. Now, we're even more thankful for the roof over our heads.
Stop by and see our agents at one of our 3 McLennan County locations.
Coverage and discounts are subject to qualifications and policy terms and may vary by situation.
Do you or your kids get nervous about going to the dentist? Stonewood Dental, Dr. Steve Childress, he can help.
I've spent a career taking care of patients who as children had bad experiences, and now they're adults that hate going to the dentist. If I get a kid at 3 years old and they come every 6 months and it's a happy experience, it's normal for them. Now they have an accident at 6 or 7 or 8 at school. Now they have a broken tooth or a trauma, and they have to come here. They're used to lights, they're used to water in their mouth, they're used to experience, they already trust us. It's amazing what we can do with that kid without it being a negative thing. But if I see a 6 or 7 or 8-year-old that's never been to the dentist, and now they have a trauma or an unfortunate unexpected toothache, it's harder to do that for that kid and it not be somewhat of a negative experience. So bottom line is I try to teach kids and adults and teenagers and everybody the way I'd want my family treated, which is where it's a necessary part of life. You just take care of it. It doesn't have to be that big a deal.
Learn more, stonewood-dental.com.
At Ideal MRI, we feel blessed to be part of the Waco community. We're a small family business here in Central Texas. At times like this, the cost of healthcare has never been more important. And unfortunately, significant illnesses and injuries still occur. And that's why Ideal MRI is open and here to serve you through this difficult time. So if you need an MRI, ask your doctor about Ideal MRI. You can schedule online in minutes at idealmri.com or call 833-IDEAL-MRI.
Graham Property Company will give you the best opportunities and services to navigate and achieve your real estate goals. At Graham Property Company, we strive to establish lasting relationships built on service and performance. Whether you are buying, leasing, selling, or investing, our real estate portfolio and expertise can facilitate your needs, no matter what real estate or property need you may encounter. Graham Property Company, property sales, acquisitions, leasing, and management at GrahamInvestmentCo.com.
Car has the trucks, man. They have the one for you. Crew cab, short or long bed, silver, black or blue. Texas size selection, great prices too. Richard Carr, he has the truck for you. Carr has the trucks, man. He has the truck you need. If you want the best truck, you want a GMC. Texas size selection, great prices too. Richard Carr, they have the truck for you.
With more than 160,000 alumni worldwide and counting, the Baylor family is growing. And through the university's expanded Baylor alumni program, the family is growing closer. With hundreds of local volunteers planning events in cities and towns around the country, you can gather with fellow Bears no matter where you are. So, get connected, get something started, get involved, and make plans to get together with Baylor alumni. Visit us at baylor.edu/alumni.
By the way, congratulations to Braden Embry and his wife. They had Presley Lynn Embry this week. Congratulations on that. And we're going to have a former Baylor football All-American who's going to join us, I think, on Monday. He and his wife just had a baby on Monday. It's kind of a challenge when you're having and delivering babies during COVID. Our friend Carl Campbell had his child delivered, seems like about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it was a challenge to keep that going as well. All right, so the Stars are in overtime against Colorado. They have still in intermission after they scored it within 10 seconds after Colorado had taken the lead. Within 10 seconds after a neutral zone, I guess at the middle ice, center ice, dropped the puck. It went in. Also, Adrian Peterson cut by the Redskins today. We've given you the high school games that are canceled. A couple of them moved. One is tomorrow as well. But Adrian Peterson canceled. Graylin Arnold had been cut by the Eagles, and then he put up the Eagles like fly wings.
Yeah, fly Eagles.
So
fly.
maybe
he's on the
Yeah, he did that and didn't really follow it up from what I saw. So I'm not sure. Somebody said something along the lines of like bring it back or something, and he's like I'm back. So and then he had the eagle emoji. So I guess that means that perhaps he's.
It wouldn't be the
on that
practice squad. Well, they wouldn't set that until Saturday, right?
Unless they just told him.
Yeah.
They just said, hey, look.
Today's apparently his birthday, so maybe he's just reacting to birthday tweets. I don't know, but it looked like he was saying that he was back with the team somehow, so
That's
we'll
good.
see.
Well, good for him. I thought he would make an NFL roster this year, and the possibility he still might be able to do that. And so we'll see what happens with that. Also, what was the other thing we had? Oh, the weekend where college football starts to percolate. Again, you take every game you see, and it was hard for me last night to watch the Central Arkansas game with UAB because it just seemed like all the camera angles appeared to be from like the end zone. But again, there's challenges now because of COVID, the press box, whatever. And it might have been I just wasn't paying that much attention. Take every game you get to watch, whether it's in person, whether it's on television, or even if you just read about it or you watch scores come down, and embrace them, because we don't know how long it will go. We hope that everyone will do their due diligence and be smart, and yet again, also not everyone panic. It seems like we're kind of in a little fluctuation here. We're seeing a couple of things, aren't like the Union Hill Blum game, and we had the Fairfield Brownsboro game. That game actually ends up getting canceled, and there wasn't a positive test because of what was a scare. Just not on purpose. A father thought that they had tested that he was positive. They did a test. He wasn't, but the game had already been canceled, and Brownsboro Fairfield have to deal with that.
So maybe get a test before you declare yourself positive or negative
how
for
about this?
COVID.
If you don't feel good,
Jeez.
go home.
Yeah, no kidding. That's number one.
There are seriously the opportunities here. I'm not saying that you don't need to get tested, but just take it home with you. Go home and let everyone else, kind of just have their own life.
We're in kind of a glorious new era of where you now can don't need to feel bad about being sick and missing work.
Yeah.
You're not doing anybody any favors by coming into the office with a fever.
You had a situation close to your family that could have unfolded because somebody showed up and they didn't feel good and they just hung out. And it's like, go home.
Yeah, my sister who's immunocompromised, she has celiac disease, so she was in this group of these can dancers. They're like old-timey, Old West can dancers. And this woman who's in the group showed up, and my sister looked at her and she goes, "You look like death warmed over." She's like, "Yeah, I haven't felt good all day." And she's like, "Have you been aware of the last few months?
Have you been on Earth for 2 months now?
What were you, like in the desert? Did something happening where you just lost them? We're happy they found you, but come on."
Connolly tonight, 7 o'clock, our pregame with La Vega. Thanks to the core sponsors of Connolly football, Masonic Construction, Sturda Steel, Graham Properties, Parsons Roofing, and American Bank. Also Marvin Roach, attorney, legal services, a Connolly alum, along with our title sponsors of our high school football coverage and showcase, and all we do on Fridays, and then all we do throughout the week, and all the segments, including the U.S. Army Waco Recruiting Company, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, and Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, the McLennan County Agents. That's just part of what we have. We now are in the upper 30s, the number of sponsors of this show and also of our high school football coverage, and a few of them are crossovers as well. So we appreciate everybody for what they do to allow us to do what we do, to bring to you, including the news earlier this week, about our studio on the corner of Martin Luther King and Elm Street, 101 Elm, and when that will be opened, and we'll be broadcasting live from there sooner than you realize. And so that's something. Paul's columns, Craig's write-ups, it continually just, and Sam Bradshaw starting to do more and more of his X's and O's, mad scientist stuff now that the season's upon us or about to be upon us. And we appreciate all of you today on the Willis Law Firm chat room, also on the Riverbend Liquor and Wine text line, and also so much to everybody that's also been a part of what you do with us on Twitter or what you do with us when it comes to just what you say on the website. And Cole Barber today threw out the question about Alexa and Echo, about the options of us being there. So we're just in every angle that we could possibly get to you, in your ears, in your eyes, in your mind, and also in your, hopefully, talk show soul. So so much excitement that we have going along the way. All right, thanks to our guests today, including the Salado football coach and Alan Hare. Thanks to Terry Crawford, the head coach at Abbott. They have Milford tonight. Shane Anderson and Don Hyde of Connolly and La Vega. We have that game at 7 o'clock, an hour from now, pregame. Nate Newton, former Cowboys All-Pro offensive lineman. Also, Paul Catalina's Big 12 Media Tour focused on Kansas.
Matt Tate.
Grayson Grundhafer, Sikkim365.com on Baylor single digits, on Baylor recruiting, on the transfer portal, and more and much more. And College Football Hall of Famer and Texas A&M great, former Cowboys linebacker, Dat Wynn. Appreciate him as well. For Paul Catalina, for Craig Smoke, thank you for everyone when you listen, however long it might be. I'm David Smoke. Connolly and La Vega, 7 o'clock pregame. We'll be back Monday at 3, even though it's Labor Day. We will be on the air live, and this is Sikkim 365 Radio.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into another edition of Trust the Podcast, brought to you by Burt Colchin Ford. Burt Colchin Ford in Waco since 1936. Ford is the #1 selling truck in Texas, 43 years running, and we are a little over a week away from the Baylor season opener versus Louisiana Tech at McLean Stadium. All of the single-digit jerseys have been issued now since they started to do that last week, and we've got plenty of your questions to get to this week into the in the mailbag. But we'll also be dipping into the Louisiana Tech game more so next week, but the season itself this week, as we'll take a look at each game on the schedule and not so much break them down, but just kind of give our quick thoughts as we give you one of our last opportunities to predict the season before it actually gets underway. So that's a little bit of what we'll be doing throughout this episode. But Craig Smoke with you, Sikkim 365 radio host, also Sikkim365.com team reporter, joined as always by Grayson Grundhafer, director of broadcasting, also team and recruiting reporter for Sikkim 365. And Grayson, how are we doing this week?
Doing great, Craig. And I got to say, it's been an exciting week with the fact that we're going to have the studio opening up hopefully in the next week or so. So that'll be very, very cool. That got such a positive reaction on Twitter and just through the Sikkim 365 community as a whole. So very excited for that, and just big things that continue to come for the website and the company as a whole. So very excited there. And of course, 2 weeks out from the first game of the season, a season that couldn't get here fast enough because we didn't know if there was going to be a season. So this has been a very good week so far. I'm just praying for more and more good luck. Let's just say that.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice. And we are seeing college football still move ahead. I did see, a report today, and of course it was from the Big Ten, and it was this big myocarditis scare article I think one of the Big Ten doctors had, put out there that like 30% of the athletes that they had tested were showing signs of myocarditis. I just saw that like right before we went on air. But it just, and while that may be true, if it is, like, hey, great that they have found that. At the same time, I roll my eyes because it's, it's coming out of, a conference that has clearly been trying to find ways to not play, whereas the school that we cover has been trying to move forward they have, and hopefully it just stays that way. If everybody else has issues in the Pac-12 or the Big Ten, okay, hopefully get those cleaned up before, January hits. But for the Big 12 and a few of the other conferences, it's full speed ahead. And for Baylor, that means La Tech front and center here in just a little over a week. So hope, knock on wood, that remains that way, and we can see those two clash here in just a few days. So we'll talk about that game really more in full next week with more of a preview. And we'll look at the schedule itself, as I mentioned during the episode today. But Grayson, how about we start off with the single digits that have been issued today, or not today, excuse me, but this week, the rest of the single digits doled out. And, we talked a little bit about the fact that this was, an awesome tradition when Matt Rule brought it over from Temple, and it was so cool that Dave Aranda was bringing it over as well. And then we got our first dose of it, but now we've got the full meal deal when it comes to these single digits. And the first grouping was pretty impressive, and they made a lot of sense. But now for the rest of the single digits, we already knew about R.J. Sneed as number 0, Treston Ebner as number 1, and Terrell Bernard as number 2. Now we know that Raleigh Tejada, cornerback, will be wearing number 3. Grayson, I know this was one that you thought could happen. I was thinking that, Raleigh would certainly be in the mix as well. And, seeing him in that number 3 jersey in his graphic yesterday, it felt right.
Yeah, it did. And I would say, based on the conversations that we've had and just kind of, I believe, both of our thought process, he was probably the most obvious one that was going to be in this second wave. And I would also say that of all the guys that got picked for this, he was definitely the least surprising. I think that this was a great fit for him. He's done some great things for Baylor football. He's really been a very solid football player and a guy that a lot of times, I just following the cornerback position, that can be a lonely position a lot of times just because you're kind of singled out a whole lot. And Raleigh's gotten beaten up a few times, but he's also beaten up some guys a few times. And I think sometimes when you play cornerback, you get less credit than you deserve for being out there. But I think he's due for a big time season this year. And he's a guy that's put in a ton of work over his career. And I think this is much deserving.
For sure. He had that injury, and I know it was talked about on the site, and I think Brian had, mentioned this in one of his articles this week of, what Raleigh's coming back from. There were thoughts a few years ago that he wasn't going to be able to play football anymore because of injury and whatnot. And I made mention in a piece I was writing last night of just the stories that all these guys who are single digits have. It's pretty amazing. The cool stories that each one of these young men can bring to the table. And certainly Raleigh Tejada, I don't know how much of an impact everybody expected him to have when he signed, but I think he's far exceeded probably most people's expectations. And he's, been able to grind through and become a really impressive player. And sure, he's had a few knocks here, but he's definitely made more plays than he's not made. That's for sure. So Raleigh Tejada, one of the newest single digits, he gets to wear the number 3, joining Sneed, Ebner, and Bernard. And the next single digit we were made aware of is the number 4. That was last year occupied by Graylin Arnold, and this year it'll be occupied by a defensive back once again, as safety Christian Morgan, the junior, will be wearing number 4.
Yeah, Christian Morgan, this I would have to say was the biggest surprise of the list. And I don't necessarily say it just because, we haven't gotten to hear a lot of his name. We haven't seen him play a lot, but just more so because of the simple fact that I thought that they would go with, maybe an older guy or one of the seniors or something along those lines. But, Christian's dealt with a whole lot of injuries since coming to Baylor, and that's really held him back from his true potential. This is a guy who, if you were to go into the Baylor weight room and you saw guys who were lifting 3 times their weight, this is a guy that would be a candidate for that. He is so strong, such a good athlete. Of course, had the #1 SPARQ score in the country coming into Baylor. So very, very good athlete and a guy who's taken major steps on the football field to really become an awesome player. And I'm expecting him to have a big junior and senior season with the Bears. And I couldn't be happier. This is also, I think, the one on the list that is the best sign for Baylor this season, as far as they really needed someone to step up. And he's a guy who I think of everyone on this list was maybe one of the guys that everyone was thinking they need him to step up, or JT Woods or a guy like that. And Christian Morgan getting a number, I think, just kind of signifies what he could be kind of trending towards for the rest of his Baylor career.
We have some more guys to get to, and we'll close this out with the rest of these new single digits. But I'll just say that the first wave that they released, or the first like 2 or 3, however they did it, and then they announced like another 3 or 2 or 3, whatever. All of those made sense to me. And then seeing the completion of it, like, I don't think you could have really put together much better of a list of 10 guys. I mean, you might flip a guy maybe here or there, but I mean, as far as I'm concerned, every single one of these choices is really solid, really interesting. Almost everybody's got a really cool backstory or something that they've overcome. I think it's a really great group of single digits. So let's continue on with these guys. Christian Morgan, number 4. We already knew about Charlie Brewer wearing number 5. So to another new single digit for this week, number 6, wide receiver, sophomore, Gavin Holmes, coming off an injury. We've heard Charlie Brewer talk glowingly about him a couple times, including just a couple of days ago. We know what Gavin's been through with a couple of major injuries in the last few years that have really derailed his career. Before he got this last injury, actually, or 2 injuries ago, I guess it was, actually early on in his career, he showed a little something in the brief amount of time that he had, and I think made people excited, and then just the injury bug kept biting. But this obviously says a lot, Grayson, as all these kind of do. But Gavin Holmes, your thoughts on him wearing number 6?
Yeah, this is such a feel-good story for, I think, every Baylor fan. Just the fact that he's coming back from 2 major injuries. Like you said, looking back when Baylor played Kansas in 2017, and I believe it was also the Texas Tech game, those 2 games he really flashed and showed some things that he could maybe do from that slot position. And he really excelled. And then he got hurt, and then he worked his way back, got hurt again on just a fluky play in practice. And then now he's at this point where he's turned into a guy who has had one of the best off seasons of any Baylor player on the roster. And that's a credit to him. That's a lot of hard work. That's a lot of determination. And I think this is just one where you go, man, I feel so happy for the kid just because of what he's had to go through, what he's worked his way back from. It's unlike really anyone else on this list as far as the piling up of injuries once he got to college. And so now he's got a chance to turn that around, and I think he's going to play a role on this football team, and probably a pretty big role, it seems.
If he can be what he was pre-injury, then, man, they could have a really special wide receiver group over the next couple years. But regardless of where he is at the current moment and where he will be, it's an awesome story. And I know that he's going to, this isn't like a rewarding the guy for like, oh, we feel sorry. No, like, he's put in the work. Clearly he's impressed his teammates, and they saw fit to give him a single digit. And so I think that bodes really well. Matt Rule and staff were intentionally very slow with him this last time around from injury because of what happened after the first one with the fluky practice injury, as you mentioned. And so they were, it's like wrap him in bubble wrap. And I've seen him out at practices with those big braces on his knees. And there's so much that I haven't seen that, none of us have seen behind the scenes of the work that he's had to put in with these pretty major injuries. And so just awesome to see that he's reached a point to where he's getting single digit status. And I really just cross my fingers and pray for this young man that he'll have the opportunity to actually just be able to show what he can do and play without being sidelined. So man, really cool that Gavin Holmes will be wearing number 6. And as somebody pointed out, he still has like 4 years of eligibility left with the new NCAA ruling.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he could have a longer career than Chris Platt.
That's shocking. And I mean, the only one that's going to compete with him with it is Squirrel Williams, it seems.
Yeah. So to the rest of the single digits. This one's a repeat. 4 for 4. We knew about this one, but I want to mention that I have a piece coming out. It'll be up at some point. I don't know. But the basic gist of it is this. The gold standard for single digits is John Lovett. And he does not get talked about a whole lot. This offseason, Treston Ebner's received a lot more of the talk than John Lovett has. And all he's been is just a mainstay since his freshman year and a single digit since his freshman year. So, yeah, I'm calling him the standard of the single digits. He's 4 for 4 and just a stud, but not somebody you hear a lot about because that's just not his style, I suppose. But, man, what a leader that guy has been. To the newer single digits, though, there's a couple more of those left, and the number 7 this year will be John Lovett, as I mentioned, but number 8 will be Jalen Petrie. Man in the star position, the junior, former lone commit out of Stafford, safety / linebacker in that star position, has had a lot of glowing remarks from coaches throughout this offseason and throughout fall camp. And, man, what a tale to go from, the guy known as being the lone commit to now a guy who can be known for being a starter and being a single digit. And certainly he's already been a leader with this team off the field. But cool to see them acknowledge that on the field as well, as his playing time is expected to go up dramatically this year.
Yeah, he's going to play a massive role, and this is a kid who lost double-digit pounds of weight. I think he lost 12 pounds heading into this season just so that he could boost his speed up and play this star position to the level that Coach Aranda and Coach Roberts want him to. I think he's going to be fantastic this year. I think that he's going to get an opportunity this season to really prove the kind of player that he can be, and it seems like he's going to be a great fit for this position. And like you said, he's obviously probably Baylor fans' most favorite player, one of the most talked about players who really hasn't played a whole lot. So to see him get this number after, again, not having a whole lot of playing time or a whole lot of stats or a whole lot of numbers, it's really impressive to see. And every report that has come out this offseason has been positive for him, and that's a great sign. And I think Baylor fans should be expecting him to play a huge role in this defense. And I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see Jalen Petrie get out there and get an opportunity to just show what he can do and really take that next step in his progression. So happy for him. I think he's going to get to play a position that fits him a little bit better than a normal linebacker position would. And I think it's going to help him really produce on the field.
So Jalen Petrie's number 8, and that leaves us with one number completing the 10 single digits that you will see on the field beginning in a little over a week from now. And number 9, the final single digit released yesterday, is going to the young man from Miami, Florida, junior wide receiver Tyquan Thornton.
Yep, Tyquan. I mean, this is one of those big ones to see his name on here. Of course, Denzel Mims got the number 5 last season, and now we get to see Tyquan Thornton try to take over that number 1 wide receiver role. And I think everyone can agree, if you watched Baylor football last year, Denzel Mims bailed that team out of quite a few games. Just some of the catches that he made last year were just terrific. And I know that's huge expectations to put on Tyquan, but if he can be 3/4 as good as Denzel Mims was on the field last year, then Baylor's going to be in a great position to have a successful season. And I think Tyquan's taken the steps to be ready for that. And he's going to be a different kind of receiver than Denzel, but I still think he can be just as impactful, especially with his big plays over the top of the defense.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of these guys has the opportunity for an impressive year. I mean, they're all going to be in position to do it. That's part of why they've been voted single digits, but I really love this grouping. So, again, 0 through 9, Snead, Ebner, Bernard, Tejada, Morgan, Brewer, Holmes, Lovett, Petrie, and Thornton. It's all complete now, and this is Dave Aranda's first set of single digits. As I mentioned with John Lovett, he's 4 for 4. And then, a lot of these guys seeing it for the first time, but there's, sophomores like Gavin Holmes or a junior like Bernard or Sneed or Morgan, Petrie, Thornton. They could all, maybe get it again next year, potentially. And shoot, the seniors can get it again, too, because they got another year if they so choose. I doubt many will across the country, but for those that do, hey, they could always rock that as well. But man, that John Lovett 4 for 4, that's going to be hard for anybody to ever top, if it ever does get topped, because that means you're coming in as a true freshman and earning your teammates' respect pretty much right out of the gates, and then having to hold on to that for your, entire career. So I think that speaks volumes about John Lovett, even though we don't always hear, all that much about him. He's kind of a quiet guy in that way, but I think he could have a really big year this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he and Ebner and the rest of those backs do. So those are the single digits. That's part of what we learned this week. Another thing that we learned this week was, hey, how about a kickoff time? Yeah, we've got games coming up. We kind of need to know when those games are. We knew that the season was going to be starting off at McLean Stadium as of a few weeks ago once the cancellation with Ole Miss became official, and there was the dancing around and trying to figure out, okay, who's going to be our one non-conference opponent. And then, it was a few days ago that La Tech became official after they had to move around their schedule a little bit. But now we know some details about that game, and we'll also take this as an opportunity to kind of run through the schedule here game by game and give a win-loss prediction. But La Tech will be up first, and next Saturday, it will be an 11 a.m. kickoff as announced on Wednesday, and it will be a Fox broadcast. I saw Joel Klatt tweet out that he was going to be heading to Waco for the first time in a while, so assume he'll be on the broadcast. And, yeah, Baylor La Tech at 11 a.m. to kick off the season next Saturday, Grayson.
Yeah, and it's the big noon game, so this is one of the highlighted games of the week, the highlighted game on Fox. And even though Baylor had such a good year last year, I don't think they ever got this slot. They played at 11 a.m., but not the big noon kickoff game or whatever that they call it over there at Fox. But yeah, I think it'll be Joel Klatt. And usually when Joel Klatt's doing the call, it's also Gus. And I love hearing Gus do the play-by-play. So very excited about that. It should be a great game. And just kind of, I went through and I looked at the opening week of games. Man, there are some real stinkers on the schedule. So Baylor's actually got one of the better games. So I think a lot of people are maybe going to tune in. So Baylor's got a chance to make a little bit of a statement week one against a solid Louisiana Tech team.
Well, I mean, with the non-conferences getting completely wiped out, we lost so many great games potentially, and then the games that you had to move to weren't always on par with what you had already. So, yeah, there's quite a few stinkers that had to get lined up, but Baylor, very well could have gone with Incarnate Word, instead decided to go with Louisiana Tech, and I think that gives them one of the better non-conference games in the entire country. So, as you mentioned, they'll have a good platform for this one, a good opponent for this one as well. And I guess now's as good a time as any to give our predictions on not only this game, but I guess the rest of the games on the schedule as well. We'll get far more in depth. We're not going to break any of these games down, not even La Tech this week. We're just going to simply give win-loss predictions. But Grayson, what do you think about going ahead and diving in and giving me your thoughts on this first one here in a few days? La Tech, now we know officially 11 a.m. on Fox. Are the Bears 1-0 or 0-1 to start the Dave Aranda era?
Yeah, so I think next week I'll give a score, a more specific score, but I do think Baylor wins the first game of the season, and I think they do so fairly easily. I think Louisiana Tech's a good team, but they won't be as good as they were last year. So, yeah, I think the Bears roll and go to 1-0 to start the year.
I don't have a pulse. I honestly haven't started diving too much into the mindset of like thinking of games and things like that, even though obviously I got to do that here pretty soon. I do say a win. How convincingly or anything like that, I don't have a feel. We're a little too far out for that. still, but I will by next week. But I do feel like they will win this game. I just don't know if it's going to be like I don't know if I'm expecting like everybody to kind of look crappy this first week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or if there's going to be teams that are actually kind of sharp. So there's that wild card in there, but I do expect a Baylor win. I don't think they're going to, have to scrape by the skin of their teeth either, but I just don't know how convincingly. But one thing's for sure, this will not be just some cakewalk in week one. This is not one that you can just, okay, well, we'll beat those guys. No. There's a team there that will jump up and bite you and give you some problems if you're not careful. So La Tech will both go with a win for that one next week. Then 14 days in between game number 1 and game number 2. Part of the COVID schedule is trying to create some room in case, teams have positives, and then create enough room to where, if at any point there's a stretch during the year, either in the beginning or later in the year where you have to shut it down, you have some flexibility, hopefully, to make up some games if you need to do that. So pretty weird to open the season and then have a couple weeks. I guess it's happened before, but still, it'll be kind of weird. And then not only that, but it's a Big 12 conference game, and then it's nothing but Big 12 conference games because of this schedule. So you dive right in, but you do have that 2-week break heading into conference play, so that's smart the way it's set up, and it'll be the Kansas Jayhawks on September the 26th in Waco. Grayson, your thoughts?
Yeah, Baylor's going to be 2-0 after that game against Kansas. I know there are a lot of people that are high on Les Miles and what he can do at Kansas. I am not one of those people at this point. Kansas still has a long way to go to building up that roster again. So I think the Bears win this one fairly easily as well to jump to 2-0.
Yeah, I say they'll be 2-0. Next game up, October 3rd. That'll be the following week. And it'll be their first road trip on the road in Morgantown, West Virginia.
Yeah, so this is one of those games that got changed due to the schedule, and it's a huge change in my opinion. Baylor's going to have to go there in late November to Morgantown and deal with the snow and just awful conditions. They probably won't have to deal with that in October. So therefore, I think Baylor gets a win against a much improved West Virginia team. That team's going to be much better this year, but I think Baylor's going to be better than them still. So I got the Bears to jump to 3-0.
Yeah, if this game was later on in the year, I'd probably go West Virginia. I still am kind of 50-50, and maybe my opinion will be different in 2 weeks once we see a little bit of both teams. I mean, certainly I think some of our opinions are going to change once we see how these teams actually look, but man, I'm going to have to give them some losses somewhere, but I'll wait. So I'll say 3-0. I say they go win in Morgantown. Not nearly as difficult to do first week of October as it would be how they were originally set up. So, yeah, I'll go 3-0 start there. It takes us to another 2-week break and then a return on Saturday, October 17th at home for homecoming. And it'll be Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams that I think is going to be a lot better than they were a year ago. I think Oklahoma State I'm looking back. I'm trying to remember. I don't believe Oklahoma State has won at McLean Stadium yet. It's been a horrible journey for them. They've been the better team multiple times, but I don't think they've come away with a win. But this year, I do. I think Oklahoma State's going to beat Baylor in this one. I think it'll be a good game. But I think Oklahoma State's just going to have a little bit too much for Baylor, and I think this is where the first loss comes in for the Bears.
Fair enough. Man, it's really hard not having really broken this down earlier because I got to on the fly almost pick, all right, they're going to have some losses somewhere. But then I start piling them up, and I'm like, well, they're not going to have that many. I'm going to go with man, I really don't know. I'll go with the win here. Homecoming versus Oklahoma State. So I'm going to give them a 4-0 start. I understand the firepower that Oklahoma State has, but they have struggled at McLean, and Baylor's had their number more often than not here lately. One thing's for sure, Mike Gundy and company better win this game. This is a year for them, and I know it's all thrown out of whack and everything, but if they're going to go beat Baylor at McLean, this is the year to do it. I mean, first-year head coach, all this, newness, and you're returning basically a bunch of guys who probably should be in the NFL in some cases right now. So, that'll be interesting, but I'm actually going to go with a win there. That takes us to October 24th at UT. I'll go ahead and hand Baylor their first loss here. Just being on the road, they're 4-0 at this point, and I think Texas is going to have a pretty good team. So I'll say Bears move to their first loss here in Austin.
So, like I said, I gave Baylor the loss to Oklahoma State, and it's almost so that I can give them the win in this Texas game. And the reason I'm going this way is because I do believe Charlie Brewer heading back to Austin, that does play a role in it. Baylor felt like they should have won in 2018. I feel like they should have won in 2018 versus Texas. They dominated them last year. I think Texas is going to be really good this year, but I just have a funny feeling that Baylor's going to go in there and play really, really well, one of their better games of the year, and come away with the win to move to 4-1 on the year.
Fair enough. So then there will be another big-time game right there a week later, and this one will be back at home, McLean Stadium, TCU on October 31st.
Yeah, TCU, and we don't know what's going to happen with Max Duggan. I think depending on his health is really going to determine how good TCU I think is going to be this year. So at this point, just given what we know, I got to go with Baylor. I mean, if TCU has to start a random quarterback against Charlie Brewer, I think the Bears have to feel pretty good about it. I don't think this will be a repeat of what happened in 2018, that dreadful, 9-6 game or something along those lines. Or 13-6, something like that. It won't be like that this year. I think Baylor comes away with the win to move to 5-1.
I like their offensive chances, and look, I realize how good Gary Patterson is, when it comes to defense, and certainly he's smothered Baylor at times here recently. Not always in a win, but he's, giving them fits even when Baylor has won these games. But I think with Fedora and his fingerprints on the offense, and then what I think they'll still be able to do on defense and the uncertainty TCU still does have in some cases, I'll go with Baylor to get a win here. So that's got them at 5-1. Jeez Louise. At Iowa State on November the 7th, this is a tough stretch of games now. You got Oak State, then Texas, and TCU, and then Iowa State, and it doesn't stop there, but here's where our next predictions come in. And Grayson, I'm going to give them a loss here at Iowa State to give them their second loss. I am not saying this because I think that it's going to be like the feelings from last year, and they're going to be all fired up, and Iowa State fans are going to be going crazy or anything like that. I just think it's going to be a road game. Not all these games are going to be wins, and here seems like a team with Brock Purdy who, if you're going to get over that 8 wins, this would be a good year to do that for Matt Campbell. But, I'll give them the win here at Jack Trice Stadium.
Yeah, just like Oklahoma State, I think Iowa State is a team poised to have a rebound year, and Texas to some extent. I think all three of those teams are going to be better this year. I really like Brock Purdy. I think he's a very good player. I think Iowa State's getting slept on a little bit. They get Jaquan Bailey back, who was a preseason All-American a year ago. Lots of offensive weapons, Breece Hall, Charlie Kohler, Tariq Milton. They're going to be very, very solid, very good. And so I think Iowa State's going to get this win, especially in November. It's just going to be a tough atmosphere. It's going to be cold. I like Iowa State to win this game and push Baylor to 5-2 now is what I believe I have on that.
My favorite thing outside of a blowout over the Cyclones in Ames, which would be just like the most delicious thing ever to read their message boards afterwards, would be like some controversial call where Baylor gets to win at the very end of the game.
Right.
Just make them further lose their minds over the Bears because they've already lost them. But just to see even further would be, a guilty pleasure of mine, honestly. We'll both go with losses at Iowa State. Then the next week, another road trip in Lubbock for the first time in a long time. Certainly more ideal playing them on a Saturday, no matter what the time will be, than playing them on, Friday night, Thursday night. Yeah, Thursday night. So I like playing Saturday better than playing Thursday. Although it's going to be weird, even the weekday games around the country this year, just because of all the, precautions and everything like that. So Lubbock, Texas. I'm going to give the Bears a win in their return to Lubbock. What about you?
Yeah, ideal schedule change, like you said. I think it makes this game even more winnable. I think Texas Tech is a team that takes a bigger step back. I'm just not a fan of what they've done this offseason. Lots
You don't like
of
the 57 JUCOs they brought in?
Right. When you're adding lots of transfers, that tells me there is not a lot of faith in what is currently on the roster. So, yeah, I think Tech is not going to be very good this year, and so I think Baylor's going to get the win. It will be sneaky close because you are on the road, but I do think Baylor gets the win to move to 6-2.
So they weren't JUCOs. They were D1 transfers, but there's like 57 of them.
Who didn't play at their previous stop.
Yeah, but that's how they're filling out their roster out there in Lubbock, and we'll see if it works or not. But I am going to give the Bears a win, even though I know it's a tough place to play. November 28th, they'll have a couple weeks break after that pretty grueling stretch, and they will be back at home for their home finale, next to last game of the year, K-State. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank the Lord for a bye week. They really are going to need it after that gauntlet of games. I think this Kansas State team will be about what they were last year, maybe a step back, though. I think that maybe some teams catch them. I just think the ceiling for them is not very high with Skylar Thompson at quarterback. I just think Baylor's going to be better than them this year. And if you're going to give me Skylar Thompson versus Charlie Brewer, more times than not, I'm going to take Charlie Brewer. So I like the Bears in that one.
Yeah, I expect K-State to be good, but, there's always those teams that for whatever reason you seem to really struggle and have a hard time with, and then there's those teams you seem to be able to just kind of like beat when you're supposed to. To me, it feels like TCU's that team or an Iowa State's that team that Baylor has a really hard time just beating. Like, just beat them, like just finish them, beat them, be done with it. But like for whatever reason, it's got to be some, crazy game. Whereas with K-State, I just feel like, unless K-State's just clearly a much better team, Baylor's typically going to win this game. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go K-State here. I just feel like more often than not, they've got the Wildcats number, and I expect them to be a better team. So that takes us to the final game of the year, and who knows what potentially – I don't know what happens after this game if you're not playing for the Big 12 title or the playoff. I don't know what's going to happen yet, but it will be a road trip to Norman, Oklahoma to close out the year. Spencer Rattler is the starter now at OU. No surprise there. Named the starter over Tanner Mordecai, the former Midway quarterback. So I've only got, I think, Baylor with 2 losses at this point. I definitely think they'll have more than that, and I'm going to give them a loss here against Oklahoma. I don't know how good OU is going to be this year. They do have to replace a lot, although I know a lot returns. But I am going to give Baylor a loss here against Oklahoma, although, man, it's about time they beat the Sooners once again.
Yeah, so Baylor is sitting there at 7-2 heading into this last game, and I think just kind of looking over how I have the other teams projected, I do think a win here would put Baylor back in the Big 12 championship, which would be pretty remarkable if that were to happen. I don't see it happening, though. I still think OU is my favorite to win the Big 12. Their offensive line is going to be something fierce that I don't think a lot of teams in the Big 12 are going to be able to handle. I do realize they have a young quarterback, but when you have all those weapons and a system that Lincoln Riley has put in place, they're going to be good. He's going to be just fine. I think Oklahoma gets this win, and unfortunately that does mean that Baylor will not make the Big 12 championship again this season. But hey, if they go 7-3, that's a heck of a season. And I don't know about you, Craig, but I've been teetering on 7-3 and 6-4 a lot for this Baylor team. So we're both pretty much right in line with that thought.
Yeah, I mean, 500 would be low case, no, it wouldn't be worst case, but 500 I think would be your floor. Obviously, you wouldn't want to be below that. Wouldn't expect to be below that. And I think, really anything above that is okay. I mean, just given the circumstances, the weirdness, the transition, the everything. So yeah, I'm in that 6-4, 7-3 ballpark. I think I, on this version, left them at 7-3, but that Oklahoma State game, I'm still just kind of like side-eyeing it. So, by the time that rolls around, I may have, flipped my opinion on that. I'll stick with what I said today for right now, but just know that 7-3 and 6-4 are basically the same to me, and that's where they are. They're in that wheelhouse. Anything, like I said, 5-5 or worse would be a disappointment. And anything like 8-2 or better would be an incredible, surprise, I guess you could say. Maybe not for some, for me it would be, but that's kind of where we both are. It seems like 6-4, 7-3 for the Bears this year. And if you want to chime in the comments underneath the posting of the podcast on whether you agree or you see it going differently or what have you, then feel free to on Sikkim365.com. So what bowl game they go into?
Yeah, that's the hard part, Craig. I'm going to have an article coming out next week on where I project them to go to a bowl. We don't even know what the bowl games are going to look like. But based on kind of the record that I have them going with, I think at the moment it's looking like it's going to be Oklahoma versus, I believe, Texas, if I'm going over my projections right, in the Big 12 championship, with Baylor, Iowa State, and Oklahoma State pretty much neck and neck for that third spot. So I'm trying to think what bowl that would put them in.
I'll tell you what bowl. It's not going to be a bowl. That's what I think. Yeah. I think it might be a bowl in name only. I highly doubt we see too many of these games. I hope I'm wrong because I do want to have the typical bowl trip and things like that. But I'm just having a hard time seeing how they're going to be able to put together these events all over the country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. That's for sure.
But, and I'm not trying to play party pooper. I mean, I'm just trying to be realistic. But, like, if they were to say, hey, you qualified for the Texas Bowl and just, like, did it in name only, then, we could go off of that. So, that would seem about – I don't know what the bowl allotment is. I think you were breaking it down before I cut you off there. So, where would they probably end up, you said?
Oh, I think 3 through 5. So, I'm trying to think. I think it's, like, Alamo Bowl, Russell Athletic Bowl. Somewhere along those lines, somewhere in that grouping, Texas Bowl.
And that would make sense, for year one with Aranda, all the weirdness. If they were to go to a Texas Bowl and Alamo Bowl, I don't think that would be too disappointing. I know there's a lot of people, because you got your senior quarterback and you got a lot of returning players that are expecting big things. But, I mean, we also are. I mean, 7-3 with that schedule is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, I think that would be very respectable for this team in year one of this coaching staff. But we'll see on the bowl games. That'll definitely be a topic discussed over the next couple of months, and I'm sure we'll get some clarity there.
Or in the mailbag, Craig. There might be a question in the mailbag about it.
Okay, well, I have not looked ahead of the mailbag, but let's go ahead and dive on into the mailbag for this week. And we do appreciate your questions each and every week. We've got some regulars and we've got some folks who pop in from time to time that listen and maybe don't always have questions every week, but do chime in when they do. And when you do, we do appreciate it. So we'll get to them this week, starting off with H-Town Strong. Got 4 tickets for all the home games. Can't wait. Any idea how seats will be set up to ensure distancing and bench seats during football games? I'm curious if they will use the seat backs to assign particular seats or if there's another way they will be set apart.
I don't know specifically, but that does sound about right, that they would put the seat backs in the spots that have people sitting in there. Maybe not for every single seat in the building, but I think that would be a good way to do it. I have not seen anything put out by Baylor as far as other color coordination, but that would make the most sense. If you have certain sections with color, that's where you can sit and different things like that. I would assume that they're going to have something along those lines.
Yeah, they're still, I think, finalizing a lot of the particulars. When we talked to Mac Rhodes a couple of days ago, he let it be known that, there's a lot of different things that they're working on, obviously, and that they're just finalizing a lot of stuff and a lot of like what the protocols are going to be. And that he assured ticket holders that here in the next few days, you'll be getting like probably a 30-page document with what you can and can't do. But seriously, you'll be getting that information for those who will be heading to games here, hopefully in the next few days, certainly before, next week's game. But they'll have all that. Now, as far as the seating, I mean, when I went to the Connolly game for that broadcast last week, it's much different, obviously, because it's a smaller stadium. But they did have, paper cutouts on the chairs or like taped to the back of the chairs of like Coach Anderson's family, for like 10 seats or whatever. And then a couple of rows up, it was the whatever family. And so I could see them doing that. Now, there are, as you mentioned, a lot more fans in this scenario. So not sure exactly how they'll do that, but I would imagine it'll be something pretty similar, some kind of identifier to break the groups up and to have them properly seated away from one another and whatnot. Now, as far as the bench goes during games, I just assume it's going to be like normal. There's not really too much you can do there. You can't have like 6 feet distance on the sidelines very effectively. So these players will have been tested 3 times throughout the week before they hit the field that Saturday. So the feeling will be that if you're, passing all of those tests, that on Saturday, it's just as safe for you to be on the sideline with your other teammates who passed all those tests as anywhere else. And so I don't think you're going to see full-on social distancing from that standpoint.
Right. So thanks for that question, H-Town Strong. Alpha Needle, while I am all in on Aranda and this team long-term, I think we need to lower our expectations for this year. Why? New head coach, new coordinators, no spring ball hurt developing team to new scheme, big drop in defensive line and moderate drop in safety. Offensive line still a question mark, lack of depth on the offensive line. Doubts that Charlie will stay healthy. We will see a lot of Zeno/Bohannon. I think we should be happy with 5-5. Tell me why I am wrong.
Wow, you are, nailing on some fine points and some fair points. I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm going to tell you to think what you want to think. But we all have the same concerns as far as this team goes. I just don't think they're all such negatives. Maybe the way they come across, like listed like that, of like, all this, yes, all those things are true, but I don't think they're all going to be as much of a negative per se as they might seem to be for some. Yes, there's a new head coach, but I don't think that means that you're automatically going to struggle. Yes, there's new coordinators, but I don't think that doesn't mean that you can't have a better offense than you did last year. Nobody's had spring ball for the most part. La Tech didn't, so that doesn't really mean anything with their game there. Others in the Big 12 got a little bit, so that might come into play a little bit, and I certainly think this team would be better with spring ball, but it'd be one thing if everybody else had it and they hadn't, and they had a new coach. But no, that is something that does come into play. I am worried about the D-line just because I haven't heard too much about them. I'm not worried about safety. I don't see where – I know Chris Miller was good last year. He's also widely unavailable for a large chunk of what seemed like games that mattered. So I think there's room to be better at safety. There's definitely room to be better on the O-line. The depth is concerning, but, they could be better there. The Charlie health thing, I'm just so sick and tired of talking about Charlie's health, quite honestly. And I'm not pointing at you at all, Alpha Needle. We all bring up health when we talk about Charlie Brewer. I'm just going to go watch him play, and whatever happens, happens. I hope he stays healthy, but I'm not going to dwell on his health anymore. I'm not going to think about it. He's Charlie Brewer. He's the quarterback, and until he gets hurt, that's all he is to me. He's not the injury-prone guy. So for me, I'm looking at it a little bit differently, and I'm seeing a kid with a lot of confidence. And I think Aranda's been plenty transparent, and in his transparency, he sounded very confident about how good he thinks they can be this year. And he's not saying national championship or anything, but he doesn't sound like a guy who's expecting this team to be middle of the road and is trying to temper expectations, at least to me. Grayson, you might have heard it differently.
Yeah, I think Coach Aranda's been pretty vocal about how he thinks this team is going to do this year. I think he's pretty pleased with where they're at. Alpha Needle, I do agree with some of the things that you've said, and I don't think you're wrong at all with pretty much any of the concerns that you listed. But one thing I will say is consistent theme in the Big 12 is veteran quarterbacks win you a lot of football games. And Baylor has a veteran quarterback. I think the other part about it is the fact that they've been able to add talent that is actual quality talent. William Bradley King, Jake Burton, Dylan Doyle, those are not guys who were at other places and weren't going to play this upcoming season. Those are guys who are going to be All-American type contributors at their previous school, and Baylor's able to land those guys. So I think Baylor took a huge jump in talent with those additions. I think the offensive line is a question mark, but I posted this, yesterday, that I think this Baylor offensive line is going to be the best offensive line Baylor's had since 2015. Now, maybe production-wise, they don't end up like that, but talent-wise, they are. I mean, you look, they got a lot of guys who are older, a lot of guys who have some NFL grades, whether it's Xavier Newman, Jake Burton, or Connor Galvin. I think Casey Phillips can take a big jump in his production this year now that he's been on campus for a few years. And I think they have some more veteran guys. When you look at Giancarlo Valentin, you look at Blake Bettier, you look at Mose Jeffrey, I think they have more options than they have had in the past. So I don't look at that as a concern either. I also think it's important to mention that I believe Coach Rule thought this team was going to take a step back this year. I think that was a pretty much foregone conclusion, and I don't think anyone's arguing that they're going to win 11 games this year. I mean, maybe there's someone, but I'm definitely not. But I do think that expectations were somewhere around 8-4, 9-3 for this season. So 5-5, I guess you can be happy with that, but I think 6-4 is I don't think people can get mad if they went 5-5, but I think 6-4, if they win 6 games this year, I think you have to be very happy with what Coach Rand was able to do in year one in his first year during this kind of trying time.
Yeah. So I was just saying a few minutes ago, 5-5 to me is the floor for this team. Anything less than that, obviously, is a losing season and would be a massive disappointment, however you slice it. 500 would be understandable, but a little disappointing. Anything above that, like you're saying, like we were saying earlier, 6-4 and above would be, hey, cool. Like this is a good start. But Alpha, you're a loyal listener to the podcast, and everything you pointed out is a legitimate concern and a legitimate question. And we'll see if they can answer those. I think I kind of feel like they've answered throughout camp, but I still need to see the offensive line myself, to your point, and the D line as well. So we'll see. But I do feel like this was still going to be a good team this year, as Grayson mentioned, with Matt Rule, just not quite what they were last year, but still plenty good. So it's not like there was a big drop-off expected. But, man, the circumstances leading into this year have just been so bizarre. It's going to be fun to just see this team play some games, and have Aranda there on the sideline leading the charge. Let's go to JS or Jays. I'm not quite sure, but either way, we do appreciate the question. Does Jacoby commit before the end of the week?
I'm definitely not ready to put a prediction out on when he's gonna, make a decision. I do think Baylor is.
Tell those out there who don't know who Jacoby is, who this is.
Absolutely. So Jacoby Jackson, 2021 offensive lineman out of Mansfield Summit High School. He was a TCU commit. He decommitted earlier this week when he made his decision between Baylor and TCU. The first time around, he chose TCU. His dad was a football player at TCU. So lots of connections there, but he kind of out of nowhere, truthfully. I know Baylor had still been recruiting him, but he decided to decommit from TCU, and now the thought process is that Baylor's in great shape with him. And obviously, the Bears have been looking to add to the offensive line. That's been a huge area of concern, a huge need for them to finish this class off. And so they're looking like they're in a great position for Jacoby Jackson. But I couldn't tell you if it'll be before the end of the week or if it'll be, a couple weeks from now. But I do think that Baylor is in a great spot to land the 6'6", 320-pound offensive lineman.
Well, that would be great. And, that was definitely something that I noticed a lot of people reacting to when he announced his decommitment. And a lot of the Baylor commits I saw kind of tweeting at him or, taking note of it as well. So definitely something to keep track of over on the premium section of Sikkim365.com. Grayson will have all you need to know in that regard for you as it unfolds. Brown BW, he responded, or he or she, apologize, responded to Alpha Needle's, projection of 5-5 and tell me why I'm wrong. And Brown BW said, I know I'm a homer, even though my closest friends will tell you I'm very skeptical and always pick us lower than everyone else, but do not see us taking a big step back because 1, 4-year starting quarterback and experienced running backs, 2, overall better experienced and coaching staff, 3, not a young team on offense or defense, and 4, Aranda. So Brown BW is all in on Aranda, it looks like, and feeling like this team will be better than the 5-5. Go ahead.
That number two statement. That's
yeah, I know.
That's
I didn't bog down on that one, but yeah.
I don't know about better experienced. Maybe they'll end up being a better college coaching staff, possibly. I mean, I don't know about better experience, though. I'm going to just push the pause button for now on that one. That's a bold statement from a guy who just took the program from 1-11 to 11-3 in 2 years.
Yeah, but he didn't have, like, I think it's more like the experience itself. Like, De Leon had a ton of experience, but so does Joe Wickline. You know what I mean? And so, like, Matt Rule doesn't have, I mean, when you really look at it, he doesn't have a ton of experience, but he does have, like, more than a handful of years as a head coach. Aranda's got 0. So right there, like, yeah, the head coach comparison, it's not even close as far as experience goes. So, yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of a questionable remark. But maybe more so a reference to Fedora, perhaps, versus a Nixon. I don't know. But, yeah, there's a reason why I didn't bog down too much on that one.
Because Snow? I mean, Phil Snow versus Ron
There's
Roberts.
a reason why I didn't bog down too much on that one. Because we can break this down for 20 minutes if we want to. Vaughn, 53. But, hey, I mean, the point remains, Brown BW, and get the gist of what you're saying. Do disagree with that number 2 sentiment, but do see where you're coming from. And I'm kind of in the same boat with you as far as having higher expectations in 5-5. Let's see here. Grayson, I'll take this one, and then we'll go flip-flop again. But Vaughn 53, with the release of the single digits, if you could buy a Baylor football jersey, what player and color would you choose?
Oh, this is an awesome question. And I think this is an easy one, but the problem is I don't want to take Craig's answer. So
go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead,
man,
no.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have answered first, but it's definitely going to be Treston Ebner's number 1 jersey, and I'm going with the yellow. I'm going with the yellow. That's a cool look.
All righty, I'll go. I don't want Ebner's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I would go either Brewer or Holmes, I think.
Okay.
Brewer, Holmes, then Green. Although, yeah, probably Brewer, Holmes, and Green.
See, I'd want the Brewer 12. That's the problem.
See, I'd rather have the 5.
Really?
I'd rather have the 5 than the 12. Yeah, I'd rather have the single digit than the double digits. But yeah, I mean, Gavin Holmes, just because that's such a cool story, and Charlie, it's cool. He's got the single digit for the first time. I would not be caught dead wearing the yellow jersey myself as a fan, because like me and yellows just never vibe together. Others, hey, it's your deal. But for me, the color yellows just never vibed with me. So that's why I'd probably go with the green or the white. But I do think the yellows have been some head turners, and people started to love them last year a lot. So I bet that, if you start selling player jerseys with this whole name, image, likeness, it'd be very interesting to see sort of which colors ranked where, and what players sold. Like, I would imagine Charlie probably would sell the most jerseys, but does he sell like the most yellow jerseys, or like who's got the second most? Like, that would be something kind of cool that would come out of, the name, image, likeness thing. It would just be to kind of see the popularity of certain players.
Definitely, that would be really cool. I know one other jersey that I definitely had in mind is that William Bradley King 99. That's a pretty cool jersey too.
That'd be a good one too. So yeah, I mean those would be some of the options and probably the go-tos, Vaughn. But a lot of good options, that's for sure, especially with these new number changes. Like, even Terrell Bernard number 2 would be a cool jersey.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of good choices. Vaughn, I do appreciate the question and being a part of Mailbag once again.
Yeah, thanks, Vaughn. Skim234, which of the true freshmen have been standing out, and are they in line to burn their red shirt? Well, I don't think really anyone is burning their red shirt because of the new eligibility rule, so I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of, burning eligibility this season. But, looking over some of the guys who have had nice camps as far as the true freshmen go, it starts with Devin Neal. He's had a great camp. He's really done some big things, and I think he's going to be a guy who Baylor fans are going to be very excited about, and they already were when he came into the Baylor program. He was at the top of my list for sure, and he's made big strides already. Seth Jones at wide receiver really stood out early on in camp and has continued to play well. I just think there's so many guys at that wide receiver position. It's been hard for him to really stand out even more, but I know early on he was really doing some things that got people very excited. Mike Harris is another guy that I've heard mentioned a ton. Those are the three primary guys as far as true freshmen. Obviously, if you're looking at the class as a whole, Al Walcott, Mose Jeffrey, Victor Obi, they're older guys, but those are guys who have also done some really, really good things in camp. But I don't think they're going to have to rely too much on a bunch of true freshmen. I think the depth has been pretty built out to where they're not going to have to worry about that too much. I think it'll be more here and there. You'll see some freshmen sprinkled into the two deep.
Yeah, I'm not expecting too much from true freshmen this year. So, those names that Grayson mentioned, I've heard, rumblings on the same names or, little bits and pieces here and there and guys, but I anticipate all those guys having far more of an impact, next year versus this year. I mean, I still think we're going to see a lot of these guys just because, hey, there's no red shirt, right? So get them some playing time, but at the same time, a lot of that will probably be on special teams and things like that, as is typical with young players in the program. But how much do we see of a Devin Neal, or how much do we see of a guy like, there's all these new faces, but whoever you want to point out, I look forward to seeing who is able to break through and get a little bit of playing time. But this isn't a team where I think a ton of freshmen are going to be all over the place. So, that'll definitely be one of the storylines to track throughout this year. Thank you, Skim. As always, the bare minimum, will Squirrel be the first fourth-year freshman in program history next year?
Yes, he will.
Yeah, I suppose he will be.
That would be hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess he's going to be fighting with Gavin Holmes potentially on who can break Chris Platt's record, for
how many
career.
years can you play?
Yeah. So thank you, bare minimum.
Yeah, thanks, bare minimum. Dylan Reese, 12. Don't know if this is possible, but could you guys find out what Rule thinks about this year's single-digit guys? I wouldn't say that that's possible currently at the moment just because of he's got a bit of a tight schedule going on right now with the season starting here in a week. But, if we can try to find out, that would be great. I think we pretty much know his thoughts on the guys that made the cut, though. You're talking about John Lovett, who has made it every year, so we know about him. And, all of these guys are guys he's brought in. So I got to think he feels pretty ill, except for Petrie. But outside of him, all guys he brought into.
Here's Webb to gate the right side. There goes Kavion. Look at him go. What a move. 20. Goodbye. Touchdown. Kavion Gaither, my goodness. 42 yards. Made a move and down to his hand on the ground to keep his balance.
This is Connolly Cadets Football, presented by Mazzana Construction, building trust with quality work since 1969. American Bank, face-to-face banking, state-of-the-art technology, local decisions. Parsons Roofing, it's not just a roof, it's our reputation. Sturdasteel spectator seating for grandstands, bleachers, and press boxes, with design, engineering, and fabrication at sturdasteel.com.
Wisner, right side, breaks the first tackle, breaks another tackle, 40, goodbye, split it open, my goodness.
And Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, U.S. Army Waco Recruiting Company, Southwest Sports Medicine. Connolly Cadets Football is also sponsored by
Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Fiat, the First National Bank of Central Texas, Petty Clinic Low T, The Willis Law Firm, Graham Properties, Richard Carr Motors, Halo Athletic Center, Rudy's Country Store and Barbecue, First Central Credit Union, Camille Johnson Realty, Boozer's Jewelers, Bird Culchin Ford.
Wisner, right side. Here he goes again. My goodness, 40. Wisner, 30. Wisner, 20, 10, 5. Welcome to the show.
Here's David Smoke, Paul Catalina, and Craig Smoke.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, good evening from Willie Williams Stadium in Belmead, Texas, where tonight, 49th meeting between the Connally Cadets and the La Vega Pirates, two teams that are separated by I-35 in a game that's supposed to kick off at 7:30 tonight. However, we are right now experiencing some heavy thunderstorms and heavy wind, and so far, it seems at least so far, any kind of delays other than just severe weather appear to be okay. It's coming down pretty good. This just came in about 5 minutes ago. You could see it kind of coming a half an hour ago. So this game could be delayed a little bit, but until it is, we will go through with our regular pregame show. Paul Catalina, Craig Smoke, will have Ryan Davis if he can get to the press box. Deontay Epps is producing as our associate producer, handling the highlights tonight, and, of course, a part of the broadcast as well. The Connally Cadets opened up last week and the season with a win against Sunnyvale, 46-25. They unveiled a massive, powerful, and electric running game with Kavion Gaither and also with Trey Wiseman, the sophomore. Both went over 230 yards combined for 6 touchdowns. In fact, Wiseman, the sophomore, and also Gaither, the senior, were as explosive as you could possibly be, and they got others who contributed as well. The one thing Connally has to do is they have to find a way to throw the ball, even if anything, just effectively. Also, La Vega started out, what a strange thing it was for them. They thought they were going to open up the season against West Orange Stark. That game gets canceled because of the Hurricane Laura, and they turn around and end up playing against Port Lavaca Calhoun. That game was down in the San Marcos area, and they ended up winning the game 20-6 to open up. Had about 4 days to prepare for the game, and the championship pedigree obviously came through as they win the game 20-6. These two coaches love each other. Literally, they're like brothers or older brother, maybe even father figure. Don Hyde, who once coached at Connally, and Shane Anderson, the head coach at Connally. They like each other, but right now, that kind of stops, you think, if we get this game started for the next 3 to 4 hours.
It's one of those things like you love each other, but for about 3-4 hours you don't have to. I mean, you can put it aside, and that's what's great about this rivalry, though. There are so many kids across that are friends. I talked to Kobe Gray this week, and he said, "Look, I've grown up with most of these kids that are on the La Vega team." I mean, you're talking about streets apart of a school district, and if they wanted to at halftime, it's 28 minutes. They could get on buses and go back to their own locker room and get back before it's over. These schools are so close. These teams are so close, and they're both really good. This should be a fun one tonight.
Well, let's not talk about getting on the bus and driving back to Connally. The weather, again, it's coming down like in sheets, as you could imagine. We can see Lakeshore Drive and Loop 340 just off to the left of us, the north side of the stadium here, Willie Williams Stadium. The Pirate Country, the big banner on the opposite side. Again, it's also going to be a crowd that's different. Just like last week, there won't be nearly as much of the 6,500 that is the capacity here, or maybe even would be 8,500 or a couple of thousand ringing the fence at the stadium. If the weather does clear, there will be people who watch the game from the fence. Some of you listening here on Sikkim 365 Radio and also through 106.7 The Eagle. And thanks to Chewy, who runs the mothership with that as well today. This rivalry started back in 1964. La Vega won the first game. In fact, they won the first 3 games, 13-6, 35-6, and 8-0. And they've also won the most recent games, including the last time they played in 2017. La Vega won easily 42-2. They've won 30 of the 48 times. Last time Connally won, they won back in 2014, 35-27. So much history between these two. La Vega has the championship pedigree. 2 state titles since 2015. Connally has never played for a state title. They had that team in 1990 that made a run and got to the quarterfinals before getting knocked out by Crockett. That's the standard of Connally football. They thought last year's team that went 12-1 could set the standard, but it's 1990 and that team that, of course, as I mentioned, got to the quarterfinals before on a very cold day and lost to Crockett. Paul Catalina, Deontay Epps, Ryan Davis, Craig Smoke. I'm David Smoke. When we come back, we're going to look at the rest of the district tonight around the Central Texas area in District 9 4A Division 2. And we'll also hear from Kobe Gray, the guard that Paul features, the offensive guard, the 5'7", 270-pound junior. And we'll hear from Connolly football coach Shane Anderson and La Vega's Don Hyde, former Connolly assistant coach. This is Connolly Football on Sikkim 365 Radio and the free app, and also on 106.7 The Eagle.
The Sikkim 365 Radio High School Football Showcase is sponsored by the U.S. Army Waco Recruiting Company at GoArmy.com.